In the quiet of our home, I stumbled upon a nightmare. My wife, my best friend, tangled in betrayal. The image burned into my soul. They laughed, thinking I was weak. But they had no idea. I gathered evidence, every sordid detail. At our anniversary party with everyone we knew, I played the footage. Gasps, tears, shattered lives. This wasn't just infidelity, it was a brutal conspiracy. They thought they could break me. They were wrong. Revenge was no longer a choice, it was my destiny. We've all read stories about husbands who find out their wives are cheating. In these tales, the husband suddenly turns out to be a secret hero, with years of training and skills that make him a tough fighter. He then takes out his anger on the wife and her lover, often in wild ways like attacking the guy's private parts. I know I should be ashamed, but I enjoy these stories. They aren't realistic, but they are fun to read. Having been in the army and meeting many soldiers, I've never come across the heroes from these stories. While I might dream about doing something to my wife's lover if she ever cheated on me, I wouldn't actually do it. The thought of going to jail is way scarier than being called weak by an ex-wife who cheated on me. So, this is my attempt at writing a story like that. Yes, there's a soldier, a lover, and a confrontation. It might not happen like this in real life, but I hope it still feels believable. I've included some characters from previous stories, like Ernie the Pug from the bar and grill, along with some romantic interests, bubbly students, and lost main characters. This is the story of how a few of these lost characters find their path again. Sorry, but the beginning is a bit slow, and there's no romance until the end. The slow start is needed to build up what's coming next. It's also a long story, and I apologize for that. I seem to have written more than I planned, and there weren't many natural breaks to split it into shorter parts. Because of this, I'm sharing it in 3 parts over 3 days. As always, I would love to hear your thoughts, good or bad. Detailed feedback is great, but I understand everyone is busy, so even a few words about what you liked or didn't like would mean a lot. Chapter 1. My right hip hurt a lot as soon as I woke up. Bad weather coming? Whitney asked, her eyes barely open as she watched me limp to the bathroom. I just grunted in reply. Days like this were the worst. Many people look forward to spring, but not me. Spring brings cold and damp weather, which makes my old hip injury hurt all the time for weeks. And it always makes me remember the scary moments leading up to how I got this hip pain. After using the bathroom, I looked at myself in the mirror while washing my hands. The face looking back at me still had some good features. I wasn't in terrible shape, but I wasn't exactly fit either. Unlike many people my age, I didn't have sagging skin or extra chins. My gray eyes looked tired, and there were lines around them. My hair was short, but had started to turn gray. I could see some extra weight on my chest, a sign that I was feeling the pull of age. Still, I was only 7 pounds heavier than when I finished school, and my body was doing as well as expected. Everything was okay except for my hip, which hurt now and then, and the strange dreams that were coming more often at the worst times. "Are you okay?" Whitney asked, yawning as she leaned against the doorway. "Yeah," I replied, watching her stretch her small, slender body behind me. If it were any other day and I felt different, I might have thought about jumping out of bed. She stood there with her messy brown hair, wearing just an old t-shirt and some light shorts. I knew she had a strong desire for fun and excitement that was more than any woman I had ever met. "Your hip?" she asked, nudging me aside to grab her toothbrush and toothpaste from the drawer. "It's going to rain today," I said. "The dreams?" she asked. "They're bad," I said, nodding. "You were moving a lot in your sleep last night," she said. While she brushed her teeth, I got my toothbrush as part of our morning routine. Once we finished, Whitney jumped in the shower while I shaved. After rinsing my face with cold water, I went down the hall to wake up Kyle. 15 minutes later, I was at the table, drinking coffee and reading the news while Kyle ate his corn puffs and nibbled on toast. "I got my assignment for 2nd grade, Kyle said with a mouthful of food. "Don't speak with your mouth full," I said, lowering the paper. He finished chewing and replied, "I got my 2nd grade assignment yesterday." "And?" I asked. "Miss Palmer," he said. "What do you think of Miss Palmer?" I asked. She's nice, he said. Kind of old, though. I had to stop myself from smiling. A 7-year-old's idea of old was different from mine. Is she as old as me? I asked. He scrunched up his face. Not that old. More like Mom. I won't tell her you said that, I said with a grin. Why not? He asked. It's not nice to say someone is old. It's not nice to say that to anyone, but especially women. Why not? He asked again. I shrugged. Just one of those mysteries of life, little buddy. What mysteries? Whitney asked as she walked into the kitchen, buttoning her blouse. She looked sharp in her white shirt and gray skirt, ready to tackle the day and help the people in Lincoln County. Nothing, I said. Dad was saying I shouldn't call people old, even if they are, Kyle said. It's not nice. She laughed a little and poured herself some coffee. Did you call your dad old? No, he replied, ignoring my gesture to be quiet. I said you were old, she burst out laughing. So you're not mad I said that? Kyle asked, giving me a look that said, I told you so. Your dad is right, she said, pulling out a chair and sitting down with us. That's not polite. Kyle didn't say anything. He chose to finish his cereal quietly. He got his second-grade assignment, I said. She raised her eyebrows while she took a sip of her coffee. Miss Palmer? I asked. Maggie nodded. Yes, Kristen Palmer. She started teaching here 4 or 5 years ago. How is she old like you? I asked, smiling. We graduated together, she explained. From high school. She got her degree pretty quickly, but she didn't start teaching again until she came back here after her divorce. Same age? Yep. So is she a good teacher? Whitney shrugged. I don't know. She was really popular in school. Prom queen, head cheerleader. You know the kind. We didn't hang out much. She was too busy with her social life to study. Jealous, I teased. Not anymore. Meaning? Tyler Collins? She hinted. The writer? I nodded. Yeah, he lives over on Twin Oaks Road. She nodded back. He was her first husband. Her second husband was a cop from around here, so no, I'm not jealous. I nodded. But she must be a good teacher, right? No idea, Whitney said, putting her coffee down and checking her watch. Can you hurry up? I really need to get to the office for the hearing today. What hearing? I asked. The Labruzzi drug case, she said, showing signs of impatience. They want to suppress the evidence. I nodded, pushed back from the table, rinsed my coffee cup in the sink, and went to take a shower and finish getting ready. Then I would help Whitney so she could get to the state's attorney's office. After that, I'd finish getting Kyle ready for school, drop him off, and head to Rensinger Hall at Chadwick College for my morning Classical History 2 class. In short, just another weekday morning at the Patterson house. As I drove to Chadwick, something was bothering me. It was Whitney, her moods. She had been more impatient, quiet, and thoughtful. She seemed like she wanted to say something but held back. Something was really troubling her, more than just the usual stress from work. I thought about this as I parked in the faculty lot and grabbed my briefcase. The time on my watch showed I was 20 minutes early, as always. Old habits are hard to break. It was almost 7:30 when Whitney came home. Have you all eaten? She asked, hanging her coat in the closet and looking at me. I fed Kyle, I said, putting a bookmark in the thick book about the Punic Wars before setting it down to greet her. He's in his room doing homework. I chose to wait for you. She smiled weakly. You didn't have to do that. You must be really hungry. You too, I replied. She shrugged. Her face looked worn out, a mix of tired and stressed. Is everything okay? I asked, wrapping her in a hug. You seem a bit distant lately. Is something bothering you? She mumbled something into my shoulder and hugged me tighter. This was how she had been for the past month. She wouldn't share what was on her mind. Want to talk about it over dinner? She pulled away from the hug. It's nothing, babe, just work, same stuff every day. I guess it's just getting to me. But her face told a different story. It showed she wanted to talk but was scared for some reason. How did the hearing go today? I asked. Her look changed from curious to recognizing. The hearing? Yeah, it was postponed for another 3 weeks. Like always, right? I narrowed my eyes at her, feeling suspicious. She tried to smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Welcome to life with the Labruzzis, right? She added. I stayed quiet, watching her for more. When she gave me a wide-eyed look, I nodded towards the kitchen. Come on, dinner is ready. Roast chicken and grilled asparagus with lemon dressing. She spent a little time in Kyle's room while I got our plates ready. 5 minutes later, we sat across from each other at the table, and the silence was thick. She picked at her food, and I barely touched mine. "Is it okay?" I asked after 10 minutes, during which she had only eaten a few bites. She looked up, trying to smile. "Yeah, Luke. It's really good. I guess I'm just not that hungry." She glanced at my plate. "What about you? You okay?" "Just my hip," I answered. She nodded and then pushed her plate away. "Let's get Kyle ready for bed. It's almost time," I said. "Okay," she agreed, and I picked up our plates, putting the leftovers into a container before placing it in the fridge. When I turned around, I saw Whitney leading Kyle to the bathroom to brush his teeth. My worries about her were getting stronger. Whitney's job was tough and long. Moving up from traffic court to misdemeanor and then felony cases had made her work harder and longer as her cases became more complicated. To be honest, she wasn't very late, but her long hours had become more common in the last 8 months since she took the job as the lead felony prosecutor. In the bedroom, I changed into my underwear, a t-shirt, and my reading glasses. I put on my robe and went back to hug and kiss Kyle goodnight. I grabbed my book and looked for Whitney. I heard a noise coming from the garage, so I headed that way. "Are you out here?" I called into the dark. "I'm over here," she sniffled. I turned on the light. She was in the corner with her arms wrapped tightly around herself, looking away from me. "Whit," I said, stepping onto the cold floor. "What's wrong?" She just shook her head and I heard her crying. I walked closer and she hugged herself even tighter. I felt a cold dread inside me, the kind you get when you see something awful starting to happen. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice now quiet. "You're going to hate me," she said, still staring at the wall. "Why? What's going on?" Whitney lowered her head and did not answer. "What have you done?" I asked, wanting to know but scared of what I might hear. There's... She looked at me for help, her eyes begging me to stop asking. Looking back, I wonder if I made a mistake. Sometimes I think maybe everything would have been different if I had just given her time to sort things out by herself. If I had left her alone, would she have come to the truth on her own eventually? But I would never know. Whatever was hurting her was beginning to hurt me too, and I needed to know what was happening. For my own peace of mind, she had to tell me why she was so sad. "I'm your husband," I finally said. "I love you and I'm here for you. You can tell me anything." She paused, her eyes asking me to drop it. "This is only getting worse, Whit," I said, my voice breaking. "You're not talking to me. I don't know what's bothering you and you won't share it. Is it me? Is it us? Is there an issue at work?" I barely heard her reply. "What?" She turned to me, her face full of pain. "It's everything. It's you, it's me, it's us. It's work and all the stress, and I'm just not happy." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Us?" I whispered. "What's wrong with us?" She shook her head. "It's not just our marriage. It's everything all at once. It's all feeling so... I don't know. Stale. There's no spark, no excitement, just a lot of hard work." I stayed quiet, trying to understand what she was feeling and how it would affect our family. "I don't feel alive anymore, Luke," she said, her voice full of pain. "It's like I'm just moving through life. I love you, I love Kyle, but my life feels stuck. I wake up, get ready for work, spend a few quick moments with you two before I rush off. Then I spend 10 or 12 long hours dealing with problems. I try to help people who can't manage their lives and get them help. After that, I hurry home, take a short hour to relax while getting Kyle ready for a bath and washing the dishes, and then it's off to sleep. Next morning, I wake up and do it all over again." "I usually do the dishes," I replied, "and the cooking, bathing, and homework." "I know," she said, tears in her eyes. "That's not the point. You do a lot. You take care of everything when I can't help, but our weekends are just spent doing chores to prepare for the next week. I want things to be different." "Different how? A different job? You can do that. I'll support you." She shook her head. "Will that really change everything?" I looked at her closely. "What do you mean?" "I think we should take a break," she said, her tears drying and her face becoming serious. "I need time to find out what I want and what I need." "And what about us?" What about Kyle? She scoffed, sounding angry. Kyle doesn't need me to take care of him. He has you. So you're just leaving him? I'm not leaving him, she snapped. I'm not abandoning my baby. Then what are you doing? I pushed, feeling my anger rise. I'm taking time to sort myself out. I want to make sure I'm okay so I can be a better mother. I stared at her, waiting for her to say more. After a moment, I wondered about the things she didn't say. So you won't use this time to decide if you want to stay married to me, I said. You've already given up on us. Whitney tightened her lips. Answer me. I don't know. Is there someone else? She paused, then shook her head. Who is he? I told you there's no one else, she said sharply. I haven't been unfaithful. I'm not seeing anyone. But you might be interested in someone, right? She turned away, not responding. And this separation, I continued, getting frustrated, you plan to use it to see if things work out with him. If it does, you'll leave me, right? Or were you going to leave me anyway? It's not like that, she said, her voice flat and distant, like she was preparing to admit that it was exactly like that. And this separation, I asked. When does it start? Where will you go? With him? I don't know. Which part? What part don't you understand? She turned to me, her eyes empty and her voice cold. I don't know when it will start. I don't know where I'll be going. I probably won't be moving in with him, but it could happen. I just don't know. I haven't thought about it that much. What do you mean you haven't thought about it? You're a lawyer. Thinking and planning is what you do for your job. You pushed me, she said. I didn't want to tell you. Yet, I said. You didn't want to tell me yet. So what were you going to do? Get everything in order, pack up your stuff, give me a quick kiss and leave? After almost 10 years together? That is how you were planning to do it? She didn't answer, but her face showed that was exactly her plan. Fine, I said. Do what you want. It's clear where I stand in your life. And Kyle, too, I guess. Don't you dare, she started to say. And while we're at it, I cut in, you need to think about what we tell Kyle. Her face went still. She couldn't find words. It will be the two of us, I said. And we'll be nice and not blame each other. But you're the one who has to come up with the plan on this one, lawyer girl, understand? She nodded, tears running down her cheeks. I watched her for a moment, feeling all my anger fade away. It felt like a strange movie. Was I a loving husband ready to give up without a fight? Or was I a cold robot unwilling to fight for something that was already lost? Me, West Point class of '89. I had fought in a successful war. Every day my right hip reminded me of what that fight cost me. If I fought for my marriage and kept our family together, would I always see her regret? Would she wish she had left us or feel like we were holding her back? Or would I see joy from a stronger marriage and a happier son? Feeling too confused to decide what to do next, I walked out of the garage. Chapter 2. The next morning, I woke up almost an hour before my alarm. Whitney was curled up next to me, snoring softly. This surprised me. I thought she would be on the couch. But then again, what did I know? Divorce was new to me. This was the first time. I remembered our wedding and what my brother Mark, my best man, had said. Are you sure this is what you want? He asked back then. I just smiled. It's not too late, Mark continued. Really, I told him. She's the one. Okay, he nodded. Just remember, if there's one thing you never want to be, it's someone's ex-husband. So no matter what, keep it together, okay? And help her do the same. I just laughed. Will you stop worrying? That talk kept playing in my mind while I went to the bathroom, brushed my teeth, shaved, and took a shower. How could I keep it together when I didn't even know what I did wrong? How could I help her when she already seemed done with us and had chosen someone else? I had no idea how to move forward. Morning, Whitney said as I stepped out of the shower. Without thinking, I moved back into the shower and covered myself with the curtain. Come on, Luke, she said, looking sad, then angry. It's not like I've never seen it before. Yeah, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Back when we were a couple, right? Her anger turned to shock, like I had surprised her. Part of me felt good about hitting back, especially after the night before. The other part felt bad for being so hurtful. But after a moment, I felt good again. Now, if you don't mind, I said, I'd like to finish getting ready. The master bath is still free if you need it. She stared for a moment longer before closing the door. I was dressed in jeans and a polo shirt, reading the paper and drinking coffee while Kyle had his cereal and toast. In my second cup of coffee, Whitney came out of the bedroom. "Hey, Mom," Kyle said happily. "Good morning, sweetie," she replied, leaning down to kiss his cheek before pouring her own coffee. I felt her looking at me, but I just focused on the news. "Did you sleep well last night?" she asked. "Looks like the Cubs were in for another rough season." "Dad," Kyle said. I lowered the paper. "What is it, buddy?" "Mom wanted to know if you slept well." "Oh," I said and smiled at him. "No." "Me neither," Whitney added. I ignored her and went back to my paper. She sighed lightly, and I could feel her energy drop. "Can we talk?" she asked. I lowered the paper again, trying to stay calm in front of Kyle. "About what?" "Last night." "Is there more? Are you going to surprise me again?" She glanced at Kyle, who was busy with his cereal and reading the comics. "Please?" she said. "Now?" She shook her head. "Later. Maybe tonight when I get home." "Okay, tonight then," I said, lifting the paper again to read for the 10th time that the Cubs had no solid pitching and would struggle again. I was putting my notes and books back into my briefcase after my 20th century American history class. I could hear doors banging as most students left, and I caught bits of chatter from the few who were still hanging around, probably talking about a party or a date instead of their schoolwork. "You okay, Professor?" I looked up. Heather Farley was standing in front of the desk, her face showing a big fake worry. At 21, she was a natural blonde with long, shiny hair. She looked nice, maybe too nice. "I'm fine, Miss Farley," I said. "Is there something you need?" "You don't seem fine," she said quietly so others wouldn't hear. "You look distracted and upset." I tried to smile, but it didn't reach my eyes. You can tell when someone's not really okay. "Welcome to life," I said, trying to lighten the mood. "Some days just aren't great." Heather just stared at me without saying a word. Her bright green eyes felt piercing, and her lips were tight. "So, if you don't need anything else," I said, snapping my briefcase shut, "I've got to go." "If you want to talk, I'm a really good listener," she said. "I'll keep that in mind, Miss Farley." "Okay." She picked up her book bag and left. I watched her walk away and finally let out a breath when she was gone. "Pretty sweet, huh, Doc?" Tony Granger said with a big smile as I turned to him. "Indeed, Mr. Granger," I replied. "Pretty sweet indeed." If the gossip around the faculty lounge was true, Heather had helped at least one teacher during her time at Chadwick College. Before, I thought that teacher was a bit slimy for taking advantage of her. Now, I couldn't help but feel jealous, and I was pretty sure he wasn't the one taking advantage. It was probably the other way around. "So, who do I talk to?" I asked. "And you're asking me why?" Doug Morrissey replied. "Because you've been through this before." "And you want me to relive the whole mess?" "No," I said. "I just want to know what lawyer I should call. I really don't know anything about lawyers." He sighed, his cheeks puffing out and his messy hair looking even more droopy as he let out a breath. "Just tell me who you used," I pleaded with Doug, who taught English literature. "Don't use him. He was clueless, truly terrible." "Did you find anyone else who might be good?" He nodded, grimacing as he thought about it. "Jermaine's lawyer, Rebecca Galarza. She works with Eric Taylor. I think they're partners now." "And their office is here? In Grant City?" He nodded again. "And they're good? She's good?" He looked at me with a frown. "Remember my old car, the '61 Triumph, my pride and joy?" I nodded. "I think Jermaine sold it to pay her legal fees. I had to sell my car to pay her expensive lawyers. She got it in the divorce, along with almost everything else." "Sorry," I said, feeling grateful I didn't have to give up something important to me in the divorce. Well, except for my toy models in the basement. But I knew Whitney wouldn't want those. No, I had nothing to lose in the divorce. Nothing except Kyle, which meant everything. "You okay?" Doug asked me. "You look like you're in shock." "What if I lose him?" I said. "Kyle, what if she gets custody?" He reached across the table and put a hand on my shoulder. "Listen to me, Luke." I looked at him, feeling tense from the way he spoke. "Is there any way to fix this? Is there any chance?" "I don't know," I replied. "Honestly, I didn't see this coming at all. I just don't get what's happening. This is so unexpected." He nodded and shook his head. This is going to be really bad, my friend. Trust me, it will be worse than you think. If you can stop it, you should do it right now. For the second time in a day, I felt cold and shaky all over. Kyle and I were sitting at the kitchen table. He was working on some math problems while I was filling out a form the lawyer's office gave me. Whitney walked in around 5 o'clock. Kyle's face lit up and he jumped out of his chair to run to her. "Hey, baby," she said, picking him up in a big hug while her jacket hung off one arm. "How was school?" "Okay," he replied cheerfully. Then he broke free from her hug and dashed back to the table to grab his homework. I watched him the whole way, from the hug back to the table, then down the hall to his room where he hid his homework to finish later. "Hey," Whitney said, putting her hand on my shoulder. I turned to her and noticed her hand. She pulled it away quickly, as if my eyes had burned her skin. "Sorry." I went back to the form, filling in the answers as best as I could. Whitney sat down in front of me. "So you didn't even wait for us to talk, did you?" I looked back at her, raising an eyebrow. "Wait for what? To see a lawyer?" She pointed at the form I didn't try to hide from her. "They're good, you know. You could have done a lot worse." "Could I have done better?" She shrugged. "I don't know. That's not really my area. I just hear things around the courthouse." I nodded. "Why the rush?" she asked. "Why couldn't you have waited for us to talk?" I put my pen down and crossed my arms over the form. "Is it going to help?" I asked. "Have you already made up your mind? Are you thinking about giving us a chance?" I could see the struggle in her eyes. She was trying to find the right words to say. Her lips moved a few times, but she seemed lost about what to do next. That's why I had the questionnaire in front of her. I thought it would help her think carefully about her choices. I wanted her to stop hesitating and really think about what she was considering. "Kyle, sweetie," I called to my son as he ran out of his room. "Can you go back to your room and finish your homework? Mom and I need to talk for a bit, then we can all eat together, okay?" "Okay, Dad," he replied happily, then turned and went back to his room. When I looked back at her, Whitney was staring at the table. "All right," I said. "You wanted to talk. We have about half an hour before Kyle is done with his homework and dinner is ready. So what do you want to discuss?" "Why are you rushing this?" she asked. "You've already seen a lawyer. Why the hurry?" "If I hadn't confronted you last night in the garage, you would have never told me. You would have left without saying anything. You probably already had a lawyer and were ready to go, right?" She didn't respond, but her expression said it all. "Well, Whitney, I don't want to be taken by surprise again. I don't want to show up to find the locks changed or to find out you and Kyle are gone, starting a new life with someone else." "I wouldn't do that to you." "Really? You mean it? That sounds a bit hard to believe. What have you done already? I told you I'm confused. I'm not happy, and I need time to sort things out for myself. And you mentioned that sorting things out might mean another man, a man you say you're not involved with." "I told you I'm not," she snapped. "It's just been a complicated time for us." Her expression showed she felt she had said too much. "Complicated how, Whitney? Just some hand-holding? A few lunches? Or has it gone further? What have you and this other guy been up to?" She pressed her lips together. "This isn't about him. You're right. That's a problem for later. This is about you and me. It's about you deciding suddenly, without giving a reason, that you're not happy with me. What's really bothering you? Is it that I do most of the work around here? I cook, clean, and handle the laundry. I make sure Kyle's homework is done and he's fed and dressed? Is that what's bothering you?" "Your work hours are lighter than mine," she said, not looking at me. "You know that. It's always been like this. You never cared before." "And I don't care now," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Can't you see that? When was the last time I complained about any of this? When? Did I ever make you feel bad about it? Did I ever tell you to do less?" She didn't answer. "Have I?" "No, Luke. You've never done that." "So why, Whitney? What's wrong?" Tears were flowing down her cheeks, and she shook with quiet cries. I got up and grabbed a roll of paper towels, putting them on the table in front of her. "Don't I deserve to know what's going on?" She nodded. I don't know. I'm just not happy." "Then find a new job," I suggested. "Why are you starting a fight with us?" Instead of looking for a new job to feel better, you want to change husbands, families? Is that really your first thought? She turned to the window, wiping her cheeks and blowing her nose, trying to calm down. If it's all like you said last night, why don't you try changing just one thing? Maybe get a different job? Go into private practice? Why change everything? She kept looking out the window, and when she finally spoke, her voice was so quiet I had to lean in to listen. Sometimes I feel like running away, just leaving everyone behind, maybe going to a small cabin in the mountains. Then her lips twitched, and a tiny smile appeared. Except when you're with him, I said. The smile vanished, and her face went blank at my words. You're not denying it, Whit. She closed her eyes and leaned back. He's just so easy to talk to. He makes me feel better and think things will be okay. Maybe because he's the one you've been sharing your problems with. You haven't talked to me for months. She turned to me. But you already have so much to do. You handle everything for us. I smiled at that. Really? If I do so much for us, why couldn't you take one small step to help us? Why go to someone else for comfort and let our family fall apart? Do you really think I've got so much to do that I wouldn't want to help keep us happy? Her body slumped like a rag doll. Her head and shoulders dropped, and she sank back into the chair. But you do so much already. I feel guilty all the time, like you're the only one doing anything. Like you're both the perfect mom and the perfect dad. I feel like I don't even matter. I reached my arm across the table. She looked at my hand for a moment, then put her small hand in mine. If you want to do more, I said, trying to smile, I'm happy to let you. Maybe you could work fewer hours. Try to get home around this time every night. I want you to do more and join in on the fun things you've been missing. Like cooking, she smiled. And cleaning, schoolwork, mowing the lawn, all of it. Her hand squeezed mine, and she lifted her head. I don't know if I want to do that. Chapter 4. The next night, Whitney came home shortly after 5 again. By 5:30, we had all eaten, and I stood up from the table. Where are you going? She asked as I walked to the basement door. To the basement, I said. You clean up this time. I'm going to play with my soldiers. I thought we could talk more, she said. Then you know where I'll be, I replied, not really hearing what she said as I walked away. Once I reached the basement, I turned on the lights and saw a sight I hadn't looked at closely for 3 years. Raising a son makes it hard to enjoy old hobbies. In the long, low basement, there were several tables. Each table showed a scene from a famous battle in history. I walked to the first table and stopped. It showed Thermopylae. I had built the mountain on one side and the sea on the other. On the narrow beach, King Leonidas and his Spartan warriors, along with some soldiers from other Greek city-states, were bravely trying to hold back King Xerxes and his huge Persian army. The Persians outnumbered the Greeks by 50 to 1 or more. Hidden in a nearby mountain path, some Persians were sneaking around to attack the Greeks from the side. A traitor had told them about this path, so the brave Greeks were attacked from both sides and were defeated. The 3 days that Leonidas and his men held off the Persians gave the other Greek city-states time to get ready and defend against the invasion. I thought about this for a moment before moving to the next battle scene from Gettysburg. This scene wasn't about Colonel Chamberlain's famous charge down Little Round Top, nor was it about Pickett's charge up the open hill toward the Union soldiers. Instead, this scene showed the very start of the battle. Brigadier General Buford's cavalry had gotten off their horses and was fighting beside the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division of the 1st Corps, known as the Iron Brigade. Together, they were fighting hard to stop the stream of Confederate soldiers from Archer's brigade who were attacking down the main road into Gettysburg. By holding back the enemy at a high cost, the Union kept the important ground, which changed everything for the battle. But that cost was heavy, including the loss of the best general in the Army of the Potomac. I leaned in and focused on the tiny figures I had made. They surrounded the lifeless body of Major General John Reynolds as he lay dead in the early part of the fight, hit by a sniper's bullet or maybe just a random shot. Because of their bravery and sacrifices, the battle seemed destined to go a certain way from the first shots fired. There were 2 more full battle scenes and one that was only partly finished. One showed the tunnels being dug, where the soldiers were placing explosives under the 2 sides of the Ypres salient, one of the harshest battles of World War I. The other showed Hannibal and his forces, along with different allies, outsmarting the stronger Roman army at Cannae. This was the high point for the Carthaginians in the Second Punic War. I hardly looked at those two. The brutal battle and the clever traps were not as striking to me at that moment as the cost of betrayal and the need to hold on to the high ground no matter what. I stopped at the last table, running my fingers over the rough, ruined land of Stalingrad. It was all there on the biggest display I had ever worked on. The broken shells of buildings, Pavlov's house, the tractor factory, streets filled with rubble, and the hill at Mamayev Kurgan looking over the destroyed city and the river Volga beyond. It took months to get the scene just right, and the only figures in it were boats loaded with reinforcements crossing the Volga amidst fake explosions. Now it was time to create the Russian and German soldiers and their weapons, time to fill the dying city with dying men. I sighed, looking at the scene. Dying city, dying men, dying marriage, maybe even dying fatherhood. I turned at the noise coming from the stairs. "Dad?" "Over here," I answered, trying to push those thoughts away. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to make some soldiers." "Can I help?" "Sure." I waved him over. "Come here, little man." He beamed and hurried to my side. "What's this?" he asked, eyes wide at the sight of the ruined city. "This shows what happens when people hate each other," I said, pulling him in for a hug. "They do this?" "Uh-huh." He nodded. "It's kind of sad," I said. "Yeah," he replied. "So what are we going to make?" he asked. His voice brightened with excitement at working with me for the first time. "Let's start carving some soldiers," I said. For the next 2 hours, I showed Kyle how to shape soldiers from clay. Then we made plaster casts for the next steps. Whitney didn't come down at all. After I helped Kyle clean up and get ready for bed, I went back to the living room and picked up my book about the Punic Wars. I remembered that the Third Punic War started because Carthage had finished paying Rome after the Second Punic War. Rome had grown and needed more food for its people. So they decided to conquer Carthage and take its rich farms for good. They laid siege to Carthage, cutting off food until the people were starving. When the people of Carthage gave up, they were all made into slaves. The city and its great harbor were destroyed. Carthage was gone forever. It would never come back. And the Romans, who started the war with lies and trickery, were left with a heavy burden called the Punic Curse. Kyle and I spent Saturday morning carving soldiers, making plaster casts, and pouring hot metal into them. Around 11:30, Whitney came to the bottom of the basement stairs. "Is that a good idea?" she asked. "What do you mean?" I replied. "Letting our son play with hot metal." "He's not playing," I said. "He's learning how to do it right and safe. Plus, he's finding out what could happen if he does it the wrong way." "Still," she said. "Come on, Mom," Kyle chimed in. "He's not letting me pour it. I just hold the funnel, and I have to wear this." He showed her the big fireproof glove that covered his hand and arm up to the elbow. "And it's fun," he added. "We're making soldiers." "Well," she started to say, but she just looked at us instead. I turned back to pour the last cast. "Ready?" I asked. "Uh-huh," he answered. I poured a steady stream of hot metal into the funnel, guiding his hand as I held the funnel steady. I watched carefully to see when the cast was full. "Okay," I said, setting the pan aside and helping him lift the funnel to let the last drops fall before I set it down. When I turned back, Whitney was still there, looking soft but serious. When our eyes met, her face tightened. "Are you two going to keep doing this?" "Do you need us for something?" I asked. She hesitated, unable to look directly at me. "I was going to go out for a while. Can you watch him for a few hours?" I looked at her in surprise, not believing what I was hearing. "You said you wanted to be around more," I reminded her. "With Kyle, at least." Whitney clenched her teeth and let out a tired sigh. "I know, but That talk," I said. "With Kyle. Use some of your time with Superman to plan it, because it's happening tonight, after dinner. So try not to be late, okay?" She looked at me for a moment, and then nodded quickly. "What talk, Dad?" I glanced down at Kyle. He looked worried. I put my hand on his shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Don't worry about it, okay?" But his face showed he was still worried. "I really don't want to say more now, Kyle. It's a family talk. Like when I wanted a dog? Kinda like that. But worse, he said. Yeah. Did I do something wrong? I scooped him up and hugged him tight. Not at all, I whispered in his ear. Not a single thing, little buddy. Whitney was home when Kyle and I came back from the park around 3. If she had spent her lunch hour with her new boyfriend, she didn't show it. Instead, she was a bundle of nerves, sitting at the dining room table, flipping through a cookbook and glancing at us as we walked in, then back to the cookbooks, then staring out the window and back to us again. She just couldn't sit still. You want to do this now? I asked. She shook her head. I'd rather just talk to you for a few minutes. Why don't you go take a bath now? I suggested to Kyle. But Dad, he protested, go take a bath. Get cleaned up in your pajamas and we'll order some pizza and watch movies past your bedtime, okay? A big smile spread across his face. Deal. Once Kyle was in the bathroom running the water, I sat down at the table. I'm confused. About what? I asked. About everything. I nodded, staying quiet. After a moment, Whitney continued. It's just that, I don't know. It all seemed like such a great idea. Like a dream I had in my head that kept getting better. Still, I said nothing. I just leaned back in my chair and watched her. Are you going to say anything? I'm listening, I replied, trying to understand what's going on here, just like I've been trying to do for the last 4 days. I told you, she said, I might have gotten lost in a fantasy world. And with another man, I added. Someone else has been in it. How much you've been thinking about him. I told you, I haven't been with anyone else. Then what have you been doing? She stared out the window. That's what I thought, I said, and you still won't tell me. All you say is that I'm not really the one for you anymore, that I'm somehow a big reason why you feel stuck. But you won't tell me why. You won't tell me how I can help. I'm not going to get into a fight about some guy you won't even name. I leaned closer to the table. She quickly turned to look at me, her eyes wide. I shouldn't have to compete with anyone, Whitney. We're married. This isn't school. We're not just dating like kids. I'm sorry, Luke, she said. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, I remember. It's just how you feel. But tell me this. Did you start feeling this way before he came along or after? What difference does it make? I'm wondering if you started feeling this way on your own, or if he helped you feel this way about us. It's not like that, she said defensively. See? I leaned back in my chair. You're defending this guy, the guy you won't tell me about or what you've been doing with him. It feels like you think you have the right to keep all this from me. Just tell me you're leaving. Tell me there's someone else. But you won't tell me what I did wrong or who he is or what you're doing with him. I deserve to have my own life, she said. That's true, Whitney. You deserve your own life. And you can have it. By yourself. Her eyes widened. What do you mean? I have an appointment on Monday. I'm hiring a lawyer. But I don't... You don't what? Don't want one. But you want to keep seeing this guy on the side? You want to hide things from me, and you want me to keep living with a wife who suddenly doesn't love me? Tears flowed down her cheeks. Why are you being like this? Why can't you just give me some time? Her face was filled with pain and confusion. It hurt me deeply and took the anger out of me. Do you really think there's a chance for us? I don't know. So there might be a chance? She nodded. Is it better than 50-50? I don't know. I remembered what Doug had said. Whatever it takes, do it. Do anything to avoid divorce? Anything to hold on to our marriage? When do you think you'll know? She shrugged. Would you see someone? A therapist or a counselor, maybe? Suddenly, her face turned to anger. For what? Do you think I'm crazy just because I don't want to be with you? I held back my words and took a breath. No, I think maybe you're feeling really down. Because I'm not happy? Because I don't want to be married to you? And there it is, I said, pushing back from the table. You can't even be honest with me. What do you mean? Just a moment ago you said you didn't know. You said maybe we still had a chance. Now you're saying you don't want to be married to me anymore. That's not what I said. But that's what you meant, I replied. I walked around the table to check on Kyle in the bathroom. She reached out to stop me and I froze. Without looking at her, I said, Let's make tonight a good night for him. Get ready for the talk with him tomorrow. Her hand gripped my shirt, trying to keep me there. I gently took her fingers off me and went to the bathroom. I had 12 steps to control my feelings so my little boy wouldn't know his world was about to change. Chapter 5. Let me tell you about Rebecca Galarza. She was very beautiful, the kind of beauty that catches your eye and makes it hard to focus on anything else. She walked into the small waiting room and stretched out her hand. "Mr. Patterson?" she said. "Luke," I corrected her, trying not to stare. She looked to be in her mid-30s, wearing a simple white blouse and tan pants, but those soft colors made her smooth skin and long black hair stand out. Her face was classically beautiful with high cheekbones, a narrow chin, big deep brown eyes, and full lips. Her body was slim and attractive. It was how she carried herself and how she looked at you. Her eyes dared you to take a chance with her. I could tell men would line up for a chance with her, and I noticed the empty ring on her finger. She wasn't taken. "So, Luke," she said after a moment, smiling as she watched me. "Right," was all I could say. She waved her arm toward a door, and I walked past her into a conference room. "Okay," she said, taking out reading glasses to look at my forms. "Why don't you tell me what's going on?" "I don't know." She raised an eyebrow. "You don't know?" "Honestly, Whitney, that's my wife, says she's not happy with her job, her marriage, me, everything. Is she having a tough time, like losing someone or a health scare, or a lot of stress at work?" I shrugged. "No one has died and no one is sick as far as I know. Same with work. There's some big drug case happening now." "The Labruzzis?" Her eyes narrowed. "Your wife is Whitney Patterson, the prosecutor?" I nodded. "Is that a problem?" "Not really. It just means most judges might step away from the case. Here's a simpler version of the text you provided. We might end up with a judge from another county." "And how does that affect us?" She shrugged. "It's hard to know how a different judge might act." "But that's not a problem for your office?" She shook her head. "I'll ask my partner, but I think it's fine. We do some criminal cases. Actually, I worked with her before I joined here 4 years ago." "Were you close?" "Just co-workers. We never went out for drinks or anything, so I can't really call us friends." I nodded. "She says you two get along well." She nodded back like it was normal for people to say nice things at work. "Anyway, back to what's happening. Is there someone else?" "Yeah, she says they are just friends, but she has slipped up a few times. I'm pretty sure they're more than just friends. I don't know how much more, and she won't say." "Who is this person?" "She won't tell me." She pressed her lips together, and I had a strange urge to lean over and kiss her. Seeing my stare, she smiled. "It says here you have a little boy together. Have you thought this all through?" "In what way?" She leaned in. "Are you sure you don't want to wait a little? Maybe see if she changes her mind?" I shook my head. "Is it pride or the other guy?" "It's not just that." I paused, trying to sort out my messy thoughts. "Okay, maybe it is part of it. But really, it's her stubbornness to tell me what's going on. She just doesn't want me anymore. I don't know why, and she won't explain it. I mean, I do everything for her, for us, for our family. I mostly take care of Kyle. I do most of the housework and anything else to help her career, and the thanks I get is that she says she doesn't love me anymore." Rebecca was writing fast on a notepad. "When you say you do most of everything, including taking care of Kyle, let's get specific." "How do you mean? Who makes his breakfast?" "Usually me." "Usually? 90% of the time." "Who helps him with homework?" "Same." "Laundry?" "Ditto." "Dinner?" "Ditto." She looked deeply into my eyes, and I saw her excitement. "He's in first grade?" I nodded. "Were you at the parent-teacher meetings?" "Of course." "Did Whitney go?" "She couldn't leave work." She smiled. "Do you want custody?" My eyes widened. Is that even possible? From what I hear, not only is it possible, but it's likely. "Really?" She let out a soft laugh. "The judge won't care who is the father or mother. You both have the same rights. Unless you're doing a really bad job, the one who takes care of him, that's called the primary caregiver, that's the one who usually gets custody." I was surprised. I thought Whitney, as the mother, would automatically get custody. The Hispanic woman was telling me that I might be able to get custody of my son if I wanted it. "Well?" she asked. Of course I want custody, I replied. And you'll be able to manage with your job as a... She looked back at the first page of the form. You're a history teacher? At Chadwick? I nodded. Yes, that's right, I can handle it with my job. Great, she said, her face lighting up. She wrote on her notepad, custody to LP. Now let's talk about your money situation. I felt really good as I left the law office of Taylor and Galarza. Was it going to be hard? Yes, but it wasn't going to be as hard as I had feared. The dividing of our property would likely be fair. The chances of spousal support were low, and thank you, God, I might really get custody of Kyle. I drove to the park to pick up Kyle. He was there with our neighbor, Sally, and her group of kids. Dad, Kyle shouted from the swings when he saw me. Hey, buddy, I said, walking over as he jumped off the swing and ran to me, hugging me tight. Are you okay? I asked while holding him close. I think so, he whispered in my ear, squeezing me tightly. I hugged him back, knowing there would be tough times ahead when he might cry again, just like he had the day before, missing his family and one of his parents. I love you, I said. You know that, right? I love you too, he said, leaning back to look at my face. Can we go home and make more toy soldiers? Of course, I said, letting him go since my arm was starting to ache. I said goodbye to Sally, who looked calm while her 4 kids ran around and yelled. Thank you, I said as we turned to leave. Any time, Doc, she replied. Sally and her husband Charlie both called me Doc. At school, my students called me Professor, but I was only called Doctor when I was giving lectures or talking to my colleagues. Charlie and Sally seemed proud to live next to a real professor, like it showed that someone like them, who didn't have college degrees, could still do well and live next to people like us who had gone through school, so they called me Doc, not really to honor me, but to remind themselves of their own good life. Watching Sally handle her noisy kids, I found myself wishing for what they had. They showed me how good their life was compared to mine. They had enough money to be happy in a nice home and to spend time together with their kids. Their love for each other was clear for everyone to see, and I couldn't picture them ever being in my situation. And me, in comparison? The only reason I got a doctorate was to escape my father's business. My family was falling apart, and soon I would have to balance a full-time job with being a parent. So there we were. After 7 years of school for both Whitney and me, we felt like failures in the most important part of our lives. Whitney came home at 5:30 once again. Hey, baby, she said to Kyle. Hi, Mom, he mumbled, barely looking up from his homework. That's it? No hug? He sighed, stood up, walked over, and gave her a quick hug. She tried to mess up his hair playfully, but he went right back to his work. What are you doing? She asked. Spelling. Need any help? Dad already helped me. Whitney turned to me, her face looking sad. I wanted to feel sorry for her, but I didn't. I felt bad for Kyle. He wasn't old enough to understand everything, but he guessed that Whitney was behind their issues. Maybe he just wanted to keep things good between us instead. Whitney lowered her head and went to the bedroom to change. Want to come in here and help me for a minute? I asked Kyle. Sure, he said, smiling big as he joined me. Here, I said, giving him a vegetable peeler. Let's peel some carrots, okay? Okay, he replied, taking the peeler and getting to work. You know, I started, unsure of what to say next. What? She's your mom, I said. She loves you very much, more than you can understand until you have kids one day. He didn't reply, but I could see his bottom lip sticking out. Maybe you should give her some grace, kiddo. Why? It's her that's leaving, Dad. I knelt beside him. But it's not because of you, all right? You have to believe that. She's not leaving because of you. I don't care, he said, his voice getting louder. It doesn't matter why she's leaving. What matters is that she is leaving, and I might not get to see you anymore. Tears were forming in his eyes and rolling down his cheeks. Sure you will, I said, wiping away his tears with my thumb. We'll see each other all the time. That's not what Tammy Polewski says. She says she never sees her dad. Never. I hugged him tight. But you're not Tammy Polewski, and I'm not her dad. But what if we move away? Then how will you see me? I held his shoulders and looked straight into his eyes. I don't care if you move to the South Pole. I will still see you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. I felt myself moving closer to her as all the memories of the past week flooded my mind. I'm signing the papers on Thursday, I said, my voice rough. Her hand stopped moving and she looked scared. What papers? She asked. To start the divorce, I replied. They will be ready on Thursday. She pulled her hand back and curled up tightly like a little ball. They said you can go to the sheriff's office and pick them up. This way I won't have to serve you at work or here, I explained. She didn't say anything, just stared blankly at a spot on the wall, lost in her own thoughts. I watched her for a moment, all my romantic feelings gone. Then I reached over, turned off the light, and went to the sofa. Chapter 6. What's the rush, Luke? Doug Morrissey asked. Hurry for what? Peggy Marsh said as she slid into the booth next to him and put her tray on the table. He looked at me, waiting for a sign to answer her. He's getting a divorce, Doug said. Peggy didn't respond. Instead, she spread butter on her roll and dipped it into her bean soup. Did you hear that? Doug asked. I heard, she replied. And? She took a bite of the roll and chewed, looking at me the whole time. After swallowing, she put the roll back on her tray and spoke. You're seeing someone else? No. Is she? Kind of. Kind of? Come on, Luke, just tell me. Is she with another guy, yes or no? Probably not, I replied. But she is talking to another guy, I know that. She says they're not together, but I'm not sure if she's being honest. Then she's probably with him, she said, picking up her spoon and digging into her soup. She says she's confused, I said while sipping my coffee. She feels stuck, not happy with work or with me. Peggy just nodded, eating her soup in silence. You think she's just going through a phase? Doug asked her. Like what? Peggy asked back. I don't know. Maybe her, monthly problems? Or feeling down? Peggy laughed. Men, whenever we act differently, you think it's because of our monthly visitor? You know what I mean, Doug said. Come on, you know more about this than us. She looked at him, then turned to me. Okay, tell me what you've observed. I just did, I said. Has she been distant? Yeah, for 2 or 3 months. Has she been sleeping more than usual? No. Is she looking a bit worn out? You know, like her hair isn't fixed or she seems a bit messy? I shook my head. None of that. Then it's probably not feeling down, she said. I felt heavy inside. This wasn't something that could be fixed with therapy and medicine. Don't get me wrong, Peggy said. It could still be something like that, but besides suddenly being unhappy, I don't see any other signs. I nodded. Fair enough. So what are you going to do about it? She asked after finishing her soup. I'm going in tomorrow to sign the divorce papers. Seems a bit quick. No kidding, Doug added. It's a lot of things, I said. She only told me about a week ago that she wanted a separation and was seeing someone else. But I can't just sit here and do nothing. I can't stay in this unsure spot and let her make the next move. I need to take action. You want to feel like you have some control over your life and your family, she said. Exactly. That includes being the one who ends it. I guess so. Why? I thought about this, looking from big, bearded Doug to small, delicate Peggy. They were quite a pair. Doug, a middle-aged, heavy literature teacher, divorced and a bit of a mess with a mind that jumped from thought to thought. Peggy, in her late 30s and never married, had a sharp mind and a serious look that didn't match how people often see psychologists. She was straightforward, no excuses, no hiding. She saw things in black and white, no gray areas at all. Have you ever had the love of your life suddenly tell you that she doesn't love you anymore? That she's with someone else and he's the one helping her feel better? Yeah, Doug sighed. Germaine. What about you? I asked Peggy. Not really. Let me tell you, it's terrible. I can't even describe how empty I felt. It was a mix of everything, betrayal, feeling like I'm not good enough, like something is wrong with me. How could she do that? It's not just me. It hurts Kyle, too. She feels like a stranger now. You're trying to figure it all out, Peggy said. At first I was, I answered. Not anymore. Now I just don't want her to control what happens next because you're scared of feeling that way again. Exactly, she shrugged. That sounds healthy. Really? Doug and I said together, "Sure." She finished her soda, slurping up the last drops, then looked at me. "You're not foolish. I don't know your whole story, but I can guess some of it. You're not running off to get revenge or hurt her back. You've thought this through, decided you can't play by her rules and on her schedule, and now you're taking control." "Exactly," I said. "And that's good?" "Don't see why not." I glanced at Doug, who looked unsure. "One more thing," Peggy said. "What's that?" "Remember, this is just my opinion," she said as she got up and picked up her tray. "I haven't talked to her, seen her, or noticed anything, so it's just a guess." "Okay. But she's been with him. Whoever he is, she's been with him." It felt like a hard hit to my stomach. "It wasn't sadness that made her come back to you," she said. "It was guilt. Guilt about living two lives. Guilt that while she was doing that, you were there taking care of everything for her?" I couldn't respond. Whitney still claimed she didn't sleep with him, and I kind of believed her. Not all the way, though. Who wouldn't have doubts? But she seemed so sure. "Maybe it was just once," Peggy went on. "Maybe a few times. It could still be happening." "Last night," I finally said. "When I went to bed, she was still awake. And she tried to get closer to you, didn't she?" I nodded. Peggy smiled. "Then the affair is probably over. Her guilt is probably too much, and being with you might make her feel better about what she's done." "But it won't," I protested. "But she thinks it will." Peggy paused like she wanted to say more. "What?" Doug finally asked her. "Just thinking," she said. "Thinking what?" "That I wouldn't want to be in your place right now." "Why?" "Because now your choice just got a lot harder." "How so?" "Before," she said, "you filed for divorce because she rejected you. Now, though, she isn't rejecting you anymore. If I had to guess, she's trying to move past everything, forget what she did and get you to forget too, and go back to how things used to be. So now I really am the one wanting the divorce, a divorce she probably doesn't want anymore." Peggy nodded and gave me a small smile. "Good luck with that." I just slumped down. "Where's Kyle?" Whitney asked when she walked in. "Next door," I said, looking out the window at him running around and playing in the yard. I heard her hang up her coat, and then her footsteps got closer to me. I was shocked and froze when she hugged me from behind. "I don't want a divorce," she whispered. "When did you stop seeing him?" I asked, not moving. She was quiet. "When was the last time you were with him?" "I said I didn't do that," she said softly. "You lied." I pulled her hands away from my waist and turned to face her. "So when was it? Saturday when you had to go out for a few hours?" She didn't respond. "Or maybe over a lunch on Monday," I pressed. She just stared at me, her face asking me to stop. I kept looking at her, not ready to give in until I got answers. "I said I didn't sleep with him," she finally said. "Fine. You didn't sleep with him. When's the last time you were with him? Or did something with him?" "When was it, Whitney?" She put her hands over her ears. "Why don't you believe me?" "Because I don't!" I shouted. "I think you were seeing someone else and you were ready to leave me for him. But now it seems you've changed your mind, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's because you really love me, or if you just don't want to lose everything we have." "But I do," she shouted back. "I do love you, Luke. I'm sorry. I just forgot that for a little while." I looked at her and could see she meant it. Her face showed so much. She was asking me to let it go, to forgive her and go back to how things were, to take her in my arms and hold her close and tell her it would be all right. "Say something," she begged. "Please, Luke. Tell me you still love me." "I never stopped," I said, feeling all my anger fade away. "I'm sorry," she said, rushing to me and hugging me tightly. "I'm just so sorry." I didn't hug her back, and she noticed after a moment. "Luke?" she said, looking into my eyes. "I went to see Rebecca early," I said. "I signed the papers an hour ago." "But you can—" "No, I can't. I won't, Whitney. I'm going through with this. You still won't tell me anything, and there's no way I'm just going to forget it and live the rest of my life hoping it doesn't happen again. I can't do that. I can't go through this again, and I can't live in fear of you doing it to me again." She sat down in a chair, crying and saying sorry all at once. I walked out to find Kyle and take him out for a burger. Chapter 7. Few things no one tells you about divorce. First, it's common to still live in the same house while everything goes through the courts. That's why Whitney got to stay in the house until the final decision, even though everyone knew I would keep it. It was a gift from my parents. They have money. Whitney had no claim to the house and wouldn't get any of it in the divorce, but she could still live there until the judge made a final decision. Second, even simple divorces can take longer than you think. If everything is agreed on from the start, it could be over in 3 months. But if even one small thing is still a problem, it could take 1.5 years. That means 1.5 years of still living in the same house. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Third, it's really hard for everyone to live in the same house while the divorce is going on. Doug was right. It was worse than I ever thought it could be. After we finished the written questions and both of us agreed that we understood most of the money issues, Rebecca suggested we have a meeting to settle things quickly. Can you believe that? A lawyer wanting to get things done faster and cheaper with less trouble. I was shocked, too. Professor Patterson, Whitney's lawyer said, reaching out to shake my hand. I'm Jim McNally, Whitney's attorney. He was tall, in his late 40s, with a full head of gray hair, and he looked pretty good. Rebecca had already told me about him. She mentioned his good looks, charm, and sharp skills. He was good, which is kind of strange to say about a lawyer. Just call me Luke, I said. I'm Jim. He greeted Rebecca with a hug. They looked like old friends. How do they do that? How can lawyers be so nice to each other and then go to battle? They operate in their own strange way, that's for sure. We all walked into his meeting room and I saw Whitney already there, shifting in her seat. So, McNally said after everyone was settled, how do we fix this situation? He was looking at me, and so was Whitney, but I said nothing. Instead, I followed Rebecca's advice. I kept quiet and let her speak for me. It's simple, Jim, she said. Joint custody for Kyle, Luke as the main parent, Whitney can... Luke as the main parent? McNally cut in. He looked at Whitney, but she looked away. Luke as the main parent, Rebecca repeated. He takes care of Kyle now, so why change that? McNally looked surprised. When you say he takes care of Kyle now, you mean he's... Rebecca turned to me and nodded. She means, I said, that I'm the one who feeds him, helps him with his homework, goes to his meetings at school, takes him to the doctor and dentist, and gets him to school. You know, the one who looks after him. And Whitney? You're saying she doesn't do anything? I looked at Whitney as I answered. Not at all. She helps out when she can, but I only teach class 9 hours a week and have office hours for another 9. Then I spend time on research and meetings. My schedule works better with his school. Whitney works much longer hours. She helps when she can. That's just how it has been for us. He looked back at Whitney, but she wouldn't meet his stare. After a moment, he turned to us again. Okay, let's set aside the main parent issue for now. What about visiting time? Standard, Rebecca said. He nodded, expecting that answer. And support? Statutory, she replied. The non-residential parent pays the residential parent 20% of their take-home pay. They can share the cost of health insurance, or they can each keep the child on their own plans if they want to pay for it. They also need to share any medical costs that are not covered and school tuition. He wrote this down without saying a word. What about money? The house? That house belongs to Luke, he replied. Are you going to give Whitney more of the money based on this? Rebecca had told me to expect this kind of question. Even though the house was mine and Whitney couldn't touch it, the court could still look at everything I owned when deciding how to divide our things. Since I had a house worth $200,000, the judge might give Whitney more than her fair share of our shared assets. What does she want? McNally looked up and paused before talking. She has a 401k plan. Rebecca smiled. I found that out during the discovery. Luke was surprised when I told him. He didn't even know about it. I glanced at Whitney, keeping quiet about this new piece of information and wondering what else she had been hiding from me. She just stared at the paper in front of her. Yeah, McNally said without regret. It's there. $90,000. She wants to keep it. And everything else? 50-50. What about their retirement funds? They each keep their own retirement plans. They're about the same value, so splitting them would cost more than what we're fighting about. And what about the furniture? Kyle's things belong to Kyle, McNally said. No point arguing about anything else, right? Not really, Rebecca answered. But still, McNally turned to me. Do you think you and Whitney will have any trouble splitting the personal things? I glanced at Rebecca, who nodded, and then at Whitney, who still wouldn't look at me. No, I said, focusing back on McNally. As long as I can keep my own stuff, I don't care about the rest. What about you, Whitney? He asked. That's fine, she agreed. He turned to Rebecca. Can you give us 10 minutes? She nodded, and we stepped out of the conference room. Outside, on the sidewalk, Rebecca lit a cigarette and took a puff. So, how's it going? I asked, feeling nervous. Oh, it's going well, she replied, smiling as she exhaled. Better than I expected. In what way? Remember what I said earlier? Don't lie to me? I nodded. Now you see why, she continued. The whole custody issue really caught him off guard. You mean she denied it? Not exactly a lie, Rebecca clarified. It's more like she can't see things clearly. She believes she is the perfect mom who does everything, whether that's true or not, and she portrays it that way. She was scared. Honestly, all clients are. She was worried that he wouldn't like her if he thought she was a bad mom. Also, she couldn't let herself see that you were the one doing most of the work. But she has told me. I mean, come on, she's a lawyer. Doesn't she know this already? Rebecca shrugged. She's never worked in private practice. Plus, she's a mom, and that usually comes first. So she's fooling herself? Kind of like that. And how do you know I'm not the one fooling myself? Did you see her face after you talked? Not really. She looked like she shrunk in her chair. Exactly. If you were lying, she would have said something, but she didn't say a word. And what about McNally? Does he see that? Of course. And he's probably telling her right now that she doesn't have a chance in a custody fight. Even if she does, it will cost her a lot of money. I thought about this while Rebecca finished her cigarette. It was almost 20 minutes before McNally called us back in. The 401k split, he said once we were all seated. You didn't really answer me, Becca, she smiled. I want to settle everything, custody and all. He smiled too, but it looked painful. And if we give up residential custody? She looked at me, and I nodded. If we give up residential custody, she can have it. And if not? He asked, looking at Whitney. Rebecca turned her eyes to Whitney to make her point clear. If she doesn't agree, we'll go for a 50-50 split of everything, including the 401k, and we'll still get residential custody. Whitney looked up, her eyes finding mine and staying there. McNally asked her, Do you want a few days to think this over? Her lips moved, but no words came out. Her eyes were on mine, and I thought she might break down soon. Instead, she shook her head. Write it all up, she said, keeping her feelings in check. I'll sign it. I didn't say anything, surprised it could be this simple. It was early August, just over 5 months since Whitney first told me she didn't love me. Now, with all the documents in and all our assets shared, it took less than an hour at a conference table to sort everything out and divide 10 years of being together. I felt somehow let down that ending a family could be so easy. Rebecca told me what to do, and that's how we set things up on a hot Saturday morning 2 weeks later. The settlement papers were ready and signed, and the final hearing would be in 4 days. We had to divide our personal belongings now, or the hearing would be delayed. So there we were, in the den, putting stickers on the things we wanted. Yellow dot stickers for her, blue dot stickers for me. We had already gone through the kitchen, dining room, and our bedroom. We only had the family room, guest room, and office left. Not many words were spoken, and we agreed on everything. It felt heavy and sad, and I wanted to just disappear. It might be easier to let her take everything. Do you remember this? Whitney asked, touching the picture frame. I'll never forget, I replied, looking at the younger version of us enjoying margaritas at the beach in Cabo during our honeymoon. Do you remember what we did after those drinks? I smiled, thinking back to when she led me to a quiet rock and kissed me with passion. I got so caught up that I forgot to put my swim trunks back on until we were nearly seen. She turned to me, searching my face for an answer. What happened, Whit? I asked, my voice thick with emotion. What went wrong? I don't know, she said softly, her smile fading. I really don't know. I wiped the tears from my cheeks, put a sticker on my desk and chair, then turned to her. You can have everything else, I said. Everything you want. Luke, she called after me. I'm sorry, Luke, really. But her apologies didn't help anymore. 5 months later, and she still wouldn't explain why it happened, or who, or what really happened. Dad? Yes, Kyle, I said, feeling worried by the smallness in his voice. We were lying on opposite ends of the couch, our feet nearly touching as we read our books. I'm still going to see her, right? I closed my book against my chest. Anytime you want, I replied. Promise? She's your mom, I said. I won't keep you from her. Okay. That was the end of the first week after the marriage. She missed her visit on Wednesday night so she could unpack her apartment. When I offered her the weekend starting tonight, she declined to finish getting settled. She promised to be here on Wednesday, right? I nodded. She's just trying to make her place nice for you, buddy. His face showed he wasn't sure if I was telling the truth. Hey, I said, realizing it was time to share the surprise with him. What is it? You still want that dog? His face lit up. You really mean it? Of course, I said. I had been thinking for months about how to cheer Kyle up. He had always wanted a dog, but Whitney had never allowed it. I had never minded before. Now that everything was over and Kyle wasn't getting better, I knew we had to act fast. What kind of dog? He asked, tossing his book aside and crawling closer to me. What kind do you want? I replied. I don't know, he said, excitement lighting up his face as he gripped my shoulders, holding me on the couch. Well, why don't we start looking tomorrow? I suggested. Tomorrow? He asked, his eyes gleaming. That sounds good, I said. A dog, he said, lost in thought. Then he jumped off the couch. Where are you going? I asked. Next door to tell Tyson, he said. Come back in 15 minutes, I called as he dashed out the door. Okay, he shouted back. What I didn't know then was that the next day would bring big changes to our lives. We woke up bright and early the next morning. Actually, Kyle was up early and he was trying hard to hurry me along. Calm down, I said, my mouth full of toothpaste. But Dad, he replied, standing beside me and fixing his hair again. He always loved having neat hair. You promised. Nothing will be open for a while, buddy, I said, rinsing my mouth and spitting in the sink. Yeah, but nothing, I said, splashing hot water on my face to soften my beard. We'll have breakfast, then we'll start looking for the perfect dog. Deal? Deal, he said, running out of the bathroom as I finished getting ready. By 1 o'clock, we had visited 2 pet stores and the local animal shelter. Kyle wasn't really excited about any of the dogs, so we decided to grab lunch at Grant City Tap before checking if the Lincoln County Animal Shelter was still open. We had just ordered burgers and sodas when Kyle waved at someone behind me. It's Miss Palmer, he said. Your teacher? I asked. Uh-huh, he replied. I turned around and nearly fell out of my chair. 2 women who looked like sisters were smiling and waving at us. I managed to wave back, but it felt a bit awkward. One of the women whispered something to the other, and they both grinned together. She's pretty, isn't she? Kyle said. I thought she was old, I replied, turning back to him. Still, he agreed. She's pretty, even if she is old. Which one is she? I asked. He looked back at them, smiled, and nodded his head before looking at me again. She's the one in the pink shirt, he said. Who's the one in the pink shirt? I heard from behind me. Hello, Kyle. Hi, Miss Palmer, he said. I looked up to see bright eyes and a friendly smile. I was just asking Kyle who his teacher was, I explained. Kristen Palmer, she said, reaching out her hand. Luke Patterson, I said, shaking her hand. She was beautiful, and I understood what Whitney meant about her looking like a cheerleader. She looked young enough to still be in college. Her face was oval and smooth, with bright eyes and a small nose. Her lips caught your attention, making it seem like she had some secret thoughts about you. You hoped she felt the same way you did about her. Her short, light brown hair framed her face nicely. As for her body, it looked really healthy. So you're the famous Professor Patterson? She said. It's nice to meet you. I laughed a little. Just Luke. I'm not that famous. I don't know about that, she replied. Kyle says you're a war hero with medals to show for it. I just got lucky, I said. Nothing special about that. "We're looking for a puppy," Kyle said suddenly. She turned to him, and a warm smile appeared on her face. I could tell she really liked kids. It was clear to see. "And what kind of puppy do you want?" she asked. "No idea," I admitted. "We were just going to grab some lunch and visit the animal shelter to see what they have." "Sounds like a good plan," she said. The waitress came over with our burgers and sodas. "I'll leave you two to enjoy," she said. "Happy puppy hunting." I watched the woman walk away. "See what I mean, Dad?" Kyle said. "Huh?" I replied, turning to look at him. "She's pretty, right?" I had to remind myself to focus on him. "Yeah," I said. "I guess so." We were almost done eating when Kristen came back to our table. "Sorry to interrupt," she said. I tried to finish my bite quickly. "No problem at all," I managed to say. "I was talking to Allison. The cousin over there? She says she knows someone with puppies. There are 3 left." "What kind of dogs?" I asked. She smiled. "Pugs." "Like in Men in Black?" Kyle jumped in. "How did you see that? It's not for kids." "At Tyson's house," he answered, then turned back to Kristen. "Those kinds of dogs?" "Yep, those," she said, clearly happy. "They're awesome, Dad," Kyle added. "Who's the friend?" I asked. "Tim and Nicole Franklin," she explained. "They own the bar and grill?" I nodded. I had eaten there before and recognized the owners. They were nice people with children who worked at the restaurant. The food was good, so... "Allison knows them well," she said. "If you want, she can call them to see if you can stop by." "Where do they live?" "Out on 7 Oaks." I looked at Kyle. "What do you think?" "Let's go see them, Dad," he replied, pushing his half-eaten burger aside. "If it's not too much trouble," I said to Kristen. "No problem," she said, walking back to her table. I noticed she wasn't wearing a ring. "Dad," Kyle whispered, "you're staring." I turned back to him, smiling awkwardly. He rolled his eyes. "Wow." I left the money on the table and walked over to their table on my way out. "Sit with us," said Allison. "I don't want to bother you." "We'll come with you," Kristen said. "We can show you how to get there." "They're waiting for us in about half an hour," Allison said. "We have time to finish eating, okay?" I looked at both of them, surprised at how much they looked alike. I could tell them apart, but they were both stunning. They each had that spark in their eyes and a way of promising excitement with just their smiles. We all watched Kyle laugh on the lawn as 3 tiny puppies climbed over him and licked him playfully. "They sure seem to like him," Nicole Franklin said. "Maybe you'll take all 3, her husband suggested with his arm around her. They seemed happy together, comfortable as a couple. I felt a little twinge of sadness thinking about it. Kristen caught my eye, and her face mirrored my feelings. The happy smile was gone, replaced by a wry grin, a look that told me she had once felt the same joy but had lost it. "What do you think?" I asked her. "I think you have a decision to make." I nodded. "The male," I said to Tim. "If that's okay, I think we'll take the male." "Problems with girls?" Allison joked, but Kristen shot her a look. In an instant, things shifted between them, and Allison put on a forced smile. "That's great," Tim said. "Let me get you a crate to take him home." "That's not really—" "You've never bought a puppy before, have you?" he interrupted. "Nope." He laughed, shaking his head. "Poor guy." "Tim," Nicole said, "don't discourage him yet. I'll grab us some beers," he said, heading to the garage. "I'll tell you all about training a puppy." I started to say something, but Kristen spoke first. "That sounds good," she said, looking right at me. Her eyes said, "Just sit down and don't argue." I decided to heed that look. Half an hour later, I had learned the basics of potty training and caring for a puppy. Tim and Nicole made it clear I was in for a tough time. For the next 6 months, while the little pug grew up and learned, I would be busy taking care of him alongside my own son. I know what you're thinking. Of course it's a lot of work. What did you expect? Honestly, I didn't think about it at all. I had never owned a dog before. Growing up, it was never an issue. With Kyle, I wanted a dog, but Whitney said no. So there you go. Sometimes things are not as clear-cut as we think. The look on Kyle's face when he played with that little wheezing ball of fur made it clear that there was no turning back. He looked happier than he had in months. "I've never seen him like this," Kristen said, walking up next to me and watching Kyle play. I sighed. Yeah, it's been a while. She put a hand on my arm and I turned to her. Hang in there, okay? I know this is hard for you. I wanted to ask her how she understood, but then I remembered her own tough marriage. I wasn't sure if Whitney had said anything about her having kids. By the look on her face, I guessed she did. Either way, it was clear she understood how hard this was for me and Kyle. Thanks, I said, for everything. I glanced back at Kyle rolling around in the grass. Especially for this. No problem. The Franklins gave us enough food to last the night and the next morning. They also gave us a crate for our new puppy to sleep in until we could go to the store the next day to buy everything we needed. So Kyle and I just enjoyed ourselves in the backyard when we got home. What are we going to name him, Dad? He called out from the yard. I thought for a moment while I checked on the grilled chicken and corn. Well, he asked, carrying the little black-faced puppy toward the deck. You got any ideas, buddy? I asked, worried that the squirming pup might escape and fall. But Kyle was holding him tight. Not really, he said. I was thinking of a general or something, you know, like the stuff you read about. Like General Lee? I suggested. He shook his head. No, they said he's from China. Chinese, I corrected him. He's from China and things from China are called Chinese. He ignored me. So are there any famous generals from China? I tried to remember but pushed most names away. How about Sun Tzu? Who's he? He asked. Thousands of years ago, I explained, he was a famous general who wrote a famous book. What was the book called? The Art of War. And is it still famous? He asked. Still used today. He smiled widely. And we can call him Sonny for short. I ran my fingers through his hair, then reached down to scratch the puppy behind his ear. Sonny it is, I agreed. Chapter 9 school for me started the next day. Not classes, but many meetings to prepare for classes. After the afternoon meetings finished, I found myself in my office going through resumes to find the right candidates for 2 research interns for the coming semester. The jobs were paid, but to be honest, the pay was very low, and many people wanted these spots. More than 40 students had applied for the positions, which was about 2/3 of the seniors studying history or similar subjects. After an hour, I narrowed it down to 3 finalists for the 2 spots. Randall Meeks, Jeremy Scott, and Heather Farley. I know what you're thinking, but you'd be mistaken. Heather was not only very pretty, but she was also a great writer and researcher. She had made the dean's list every semester so far. Her amazing looks were just a nice extra. I called the 3 of them and set up interviews for the next morning. Then I stuffed some books and notes into my briefcase and headed home. Luke, I heard someone call out as I was unlocking my car door. I turned to see Doug Morrissey jogging up to me. Wow, I said, noticing his clean-shaven face and slimmer body. Looks like summer has treated you well. He smiled back. It's time to get moving and make things happen again. That sounds good, I said, trying to keep my smile but not quite succeeding. His expression changed. How are things going for you? It's over, I replied. His eyes grew wide. So quickly? Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. He nodded, his face turning serious. I got custody of Kyle, I said. We share custody, but he lives with me. You're joking. I shook my head. And money-wise? The house was mine, so she didn't get any of that. Our salaries were about the same, so there's no alimony. Well, I let her keep a secret $401K, which is why there's no alimony now. And the rest? We split everything 50-50. He let out a bitter laugh. I told you that Rebecca was sharp. She was, I agreed. Thanks for that. I really didn't know what I was doing. And while she may have been tough on you, he understood my meaning. Tell me about it. She was quite something. Like she could push you and get there first. With her clothes already loosened, he joked. We shared a moment of laughter at that. So, I said, looking him over, seems like you're moving on. I finally met someone new. Really? He nodded excitedly. She's wonderful. Do I know her? He shrugged. Maybe. I chuckled. What is this, middle school? If you want me to send her a note, you need to tell me more. We'll see, he said, turning to leave me there. For some reason, that was the first time I felt hope. Hope that things could get better and maybe return to normal. Doug's divorce had been hard on him, and he'd been sad about it for a couple of years, but now he looked more like the cheerful, lively guy I used to know. It felt like he had finally moved past it. That made me feel like things might get better for me, too. For the first time, I really believed what people said. One day I would get past my anger, regret, and sadness, and I would be happy again. As I parked in my garage, I thought about Doug. He didn't seem to be spending all his time with just his young son and his small puppy. Heather Farley sat across from me, her legs crossed neatly. She had a serious expression on her face. Dressed in dark blue pants and a white shirt, she looked more like a businesswoman than the cheerful girl I usually saw. "What do you think your job will include?" I asked her. "Research and memos," she replied. "For any topic you give me, I'll research it thoroughly and then prepare a memo with the main points." With the way she spoke, it was clear she was smart. She was much more focused than most of her classmates. Jeremy Scott had come to his interview in jeans and a band t-shirt, so Heather seemed more mature, too. "Have you talked to former interns?" I asked. "Definitely," she said. "And you know you could possibly work for Professor Whitman?" "I know," she replied, her eyes fixed on mine, "but I don't want to work for him." "He's in charge of the department," I pointed out. "Having him on your resume would look great for graduate school." "That's true," she said, "but soon you'll be the dean of history, so that won't matter." I leaned back in my chair. "How do you know that?" She smiled mysteriously and shrugged. "I just know." I stared at her, but she held my gaze. She looked serious, and that surprised me. I had been in meetings all summer, and no one had mentioned that Hubert Whitman was retiring. He had been teaching at Chadwick for as long as I could remember. Even though he was old enough to retire, I thought he would stay there forever. He was still sharp and full of energy, so the idea of him leaving seemed strange. "Okay," Heather said finally. "If you really want to know, I'll tell you. But promise me this stays between us." I nodded. He told me directly. "Professor Whitman. I interviewed with him yesterday. He offered me a position, but he still suggested I meet with you. This might be his last semester, and he said you are likely to take over." "Is he all right?" I asked, surprised. "I mean, he's not unwell, is he?" "I have no idea. He seemed fine to me. Just the same old Professor Whitman." I nodded slowly. "And he's already offered you a job?" She laughed lightly, if you want to call it that. It mostly meant cleaning up his papers and organizing things. He had lots of notes from his career. That's why he suggested I meet with you instead. He said anyone could help him, and I shouldn't waste the chance to gain something from this. I looked at her, then at her resume, and back at her. She raised her eyebrow, waiting for my decision. "Okay, you're hired." In an instant, she changed from serious to excited. Getting an intern job can really help with graduate school applications, and the better the professor, the more it helps. This was a big deal for her, and her happiness was normal. "Thank you, Professor," she said. "You won't regret it, really." "Now I want your thoughts on the other two finalists," I said, Mr. Meeks and Mr. Scott. "Meeks," she said right away. "Jeremy is smarter, but he doesn't work hard. Randy is a hard worker and a better writer. Jeremy tries to get by easy, but Randy works really hard." I nodded. I felt the same way. The problem with Jeremy Scott was that he never had to work for his grades. Everything came easily to him, and he didn't know how to push himself. "Well, Miss Farley," I said, leaning back in my chair and reaching my hand to her. "Welcome aboard." She shook my hand happily. "Thank you, Professor." "Don't thank me yet," I said. "I'll need you here tomorrow morning by 8:30. "Sure," she smiled. "What will we work on?" "I don't know yet," I said, not wanting to say too much. "We'll find out tomorrow morning." "That's fair," she replied, flashing a bright smile as she left the office. I thought about how this semester would be hard for me if I had to see her so often, adjusting myself after she walked out. At 5:30 on Wednesday, the doorbell rang. "Your mom's here," I called to the backyard before answering the door. "Hi," Whitney said when I opened the door. "Come in," I said, stepping aside. "Awkward, huh?" she said quietly, looking at the floor. She had dark circles under her eyes, her skin looked pale, and her hair seemed dull. "Are you okay?" I asked, lifting her chin with my hand. She looked up at me with a blank face. "Sure." You don't look well. She looked around the living room, which now seemed bare after we divided our things. You need some new furniture? Probably this weekend, I said. I think I will go shopping while Kyle is with you this weekend. She paused for a moment, and then nodded. Hey, Mom, Kyle said, running into the kitchen. Little Sonny the puppy was trying very hard to catch up behind him. What's happening? She asked, bending down to give Kyle a big hug. Kyle squirmed a bit, then got free enough to pick up the bouncing puppy. This is Sun Tzu, Kyle said. Isn't he awesome? She looked at me, then back at Kyle and the puppy. Sun Tzu? We call him Sonny, Kyle added. Kyle held him out to Whitney. She took the small, squirming puppy and looked at him closely. He's kind of ugly, she said, smiling. He's cool, Kyle argued. Really cool. She gave Sonny back to Kyle, who made funny faces at the puppy. Then he held Sonny closer to his face, and the puppy licked him happily. So he finally got his dog, Whitney said, watching them. It's helped, I said. I can see that, she replied. We stayed quiet for a moment, but the silence started to feel strange. Well, you two should head out, I suggested. Her blank look broke the silence, and she turned to me. You'll have him back by 8, right? I asked. About that time, she replied. All right, hand him over, I said, reaching out for Sonny. Kyle carefully gave Sonny to me and then took Whitney's hand. So what are we going to do? He asked his mom as they walked out together. I didn't catch her answer as I preferred to close the door behind them. No, I said, holding Sonny up to see his bright brown eyes. What are we going to do? His little bark seemed to say that dinner better be on our agenda. Have either of you read this? I asked, sliding a copy of a book toward Randy and Heather. It was I, Claudius, by Robert Graves. They picked up their books, looked at the cover, then read the description on the back. I've never heard of it, Randy said, pushing up his glasses and running a hand through his messy hair. Me neither, Heather said. It's about Claudius, a Roman emperor who died in 54 AD. And we are going to research him? Randy asked, looking confused. I usually liked military history, and I guessed he expected to work on some famous battle. I shook my head. Not Claudius or anyone else for that matter. I want you to read the book and tell me what you think we should research and write about, something that hasn't been studied much. Based on this? Heather asked, looking again at the book. Based on that, I confirmed. Read the whole thing by Tuesday and give me a memo with your ideas, each of you, and don't work together. So you want our own thoughts? Randy asked, not upset about doing this over the Labor Day weekend. Not a joint project with Heather? Exactly, Mr. Meeks. I want you both to read this and think of a new way to look at the change from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire. There are many parts of this change that we don't usually talk about or even know. This book, although not a strict history book, can help show that. He glanced at Heather, but she was already on the first page. I'll let you two get started, I said, waving my hand as I turned to leave. Randy stood up to go, but Heather kept reading, focused on the book. Ms. Farley? I asked. She looked up, surprised. Yes? You don't have to stay here, I said. You can work on it in your dorm or apartment. She frowned and shook her head. If it's okay, I'd rather stay here. My roommates are back and busy. I won't be able to focus. How about the library? I suggested. She smiled brightly, her green eyes shining. This works for me. Randy looked from her to me and back again. She slumped back in her chair, lost in her reading. We shared a look. Women. He smiled, shook his head, and walked out. Tuesday, then, he called as he left. By 3 o'clock, my last meeting of the week was done. There was still no news about Professor Whitman and the open Dean of History position. I was worried about sharing anything or showing that I knew something was happening. The other professors, including Whitman, seemed to go about their duties as if nothing was changing. Still here? I asked when I walked into my office. Heather had moved from the chair and now sat at my desk writing notes on a piece of paper. Uh-huh, she said, still focused on her writing. I watched her, impressed. It looked like she had finished most of the book already, which was impressive. From her fast writing, it was clear she had lots of ideas for projects. Can I have my desk back? I asked, dropping my briefcase in the chair where she had been sitting earlier. In a minute, she said. She finished writing, underlined a word 3 times, then looked up at me. "Wow," she said, her face showing surprise. "How have I never heard of this book before?" "Good question," I replied, walking around the desk to see her notes. She had written several thoughtful questions. "It's a classic," I said quietly. "One of the best books of the 20th century by most standards." "Wow," she said, rolling back in my chair and jumping up to grab the notes away before I finished reading. I guess it's kind of inspiring. To think you can do something like this with a topic like that." "Like what?" I asked. She laughed. "Roman history, Professor. I mean, come on. Have you ever studied something so dry and boring?" Before I could answer, she hugged me tightly. "This is going to be so much fun." I stood still, scared for 3 reasons. First, I worried someone would come through the door and I'd be in big trouble. Second, I was afraid she would hug me too long and she'd notice how I was getting nervous. Third, I didn't want the hug to end. It felt, well, you know. I cleared my throat just before I got too nervous and stepped back. "Fun," I said, trying to sound cheerful. She winked at me. "So much fun," she replied, then packed her book and notes into her backpack and swung it over her shoulder. "Same time tomorrow?" I tried to speak, but no words came out. She took my silence as a yes. "See you then," she said, smiling. "Bye." She walked out, moving in a way that was even more noticeable than before. There was no doubt she knew how much she affected me. Honestly, she had that effect on any young guy, and she seemed happy to use it whenever she felt like it. Chapter 10 really didn't want to go back to the office the next morning, pretty blonde girl or not. Instead, I made 2 spare keys for the office, 1 for each intern, and left them with Sarah, the secretary, early that morning. With a long Labor Day weekend ahead, I spent the morning browsing the internet for ideas on living room and master bedroom furniture. There were a few things that should have been simple to understand. First, I'm a guy, so I didn't care if my furniture matched. Second, I'm a guy, so I really didn't know what decor even was, let alone how to coordinate it. Third, I'm a guy, so shopping for furniture was right up there with drinking bad beer, something to avoid at all costs. Thank goodness for the internet. We have a few furniture stores in Grant City, including some in the local mall. Instead of spending hours shopping the next day, I thought I'd gather some ideas online, check what was in stock, and get it all done without leaving home. But after 2 hours, I realized I was in trouble. It seemed that furniture fabrics, styles, and colors were all in a secret code only women understood. I can speak 2 languages and read 4, including Latin and Greek, but I just couldn't make sense of the descriptions. The pictures helped a little, but not enough. With a sigh, I gave up. Sun Tzu was sleeping in his crate in the corner of the den. His soft snores and little yips were quiet, yet strangely calming. I decided to check my email and then take a quick nap before Kyle got home. I had 4 emails. Heather and Randy wrote to say they finished reading I, Claudius, and wanted to send me their notes by Monday morning. I replied, telling them that Tuesday was fine. The 3rd email offered to introduce me to Viagra at a good price, which felt a bit rude. But the 4th email made me wish I had paid more attention to the Viagra offer, as it brought back memories I didn't want to think about. The message was from cowardlawlinkty.net, titled Saturday. I opened it, not sure what to expect. "I know you're still upset with me," it said, "but I really hope we can move past this. What's done is done, and we can't change it. Now that things have calmed down, I was wondering if you'd like to grab a drink or maybe have dinner together. We could still be friends, or maybe more." Suddenly, all the hurt from the last 5 months hit me hard. I knew I would eventually see Whitney with other men. We were both moving on, and there was no point in pretending otherwise. But this was different. This reminded me of the big question: what happened to my marriage? I read the email over and over, hoping for clues, but found none. However, I now had an email address to check if I wanted answers. I leaned back, feeling anxious, trying to decide if I should look into it more when another thought crossed my mind. How did this email end up in my inbox? Actually, how did it come to the email address that Whitney and I used to share? The answer came quickly. Whitney had created another email account, one with a name very close to ours. I logged out and logged back in. I typed Patterson123linkty.net. I stared at it for a minute, then added a 4. Patterson1234linkedin.net. I entered my password, any password should work, and got an invalid email address message. I removed the 4 and stared at the screen. The new address had to be similar to ours. There was no way they were using our home email for this. I checked our email often, so it would be too risky. But it had to be close, just enough that one wrong letter or number would mean it went to our regular address. 5 minutes later, I figured it out. Patterson123linkedin.net. That little underscore made the difference. Now that I found a working address, it was time to figure out the password. I tried everything I could think of. Her name, my name, Kyle's name, our parents' names, all the names with birthdays, social security numbers, and old phone numbers. Nothing worked. The message was always the same: invalid password. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 3. Kyle would be home soon. My eyes landed on a small brass nameplate. It was a paperweight I had given to Whitney when she won her first trial. It said, "Super Lawyer." I remembered giving it to her and how happy she was then. She laughed and smiled as she placed it right in the center of her desk. Now it sat, dusty and forgotten, on a shelf in my den. I wondered how long it had been there, how long it had been since she took it out of her office. I turned back to the screen and typed "Super Lawyer." On my second try, using all lowercase letters, I was in. I clicked on the list of messages that had not been deleted and saw emails going back 11 months. "Dad!" Kyle shouted from the front door, slamming it shut behind him. "I'm in the den," I replied, highlighting the whole list and clicking Print All. "Hey, Dad," he said, rushing into the room and heading straight for his crate. "Hey, Sonny." The little dog was already up, jumping and barking at Kyle, his tail wagging fast. "Let's go," Kyle said, opening the crate and running back out, with Sonny following close behind. I looked at the emails printing, then at the door Kyle had just run through, and back to the emails. I clicked on a message dated March 19th, 2010. It was from the night Kyle and I stayed up eating pizza and watching movies, while Whitney sat quiet on the couch. It was just a few hours after I told her I wanted a divorce. "I know this is hard for you," he wrote to her. "You've been unhappy for a long time, and now you feel guilty and sad. You're sad about your marriage falling apart and guilty because of how this will affect Kyle. I wanted so much to hold you today, to hug you and be together. I know you're confused and torn about leaving him, but remember how happy we will all be together. You, Kyle, and me. I want this more than anything, and I know you do too. We will be the happiest family when that day comes." I thought I was right. She met him that day, but they hadn't been together then. At least not that day. The email suggested that they had already been together in other ways, though. I read her response to CLD law from the next morning. "He told me yesterday that it's over," she wrote. "Luke is divorcing me. We are telling Kyle sometime today. I don't know what to do. Last night we had pizza and watched movies until Kyle fell asleep on Luke's lap. You should have seen them." They were so calm and happy. As I watched them, I thought about something. You and I don't have what Luke and I share, and we never will. I don't know what I've been doing for the last 2 months, but that's over now. I do not want to see you again. "Dad?" Kyle said from the doorway. I looked up. "What's wrong?" he asked. I tried to smile. "Nothing, buddy." I closed the email and picked up the thick pile of printed messages. "Just let me put this away and I'll come out to play with you and Sonny, okay?" His face lit up with happiness. "Hurry," he said, running back outside. I locked the emails in a drawer and went out to the backyard to find Kyle and the Romescu family playing with Sonny. The poor dog looked like he could burst from all the joy of having 5 kids yelling, chasing him, and petting him. He seemed tired from all the love, and I felt a little jealous. "That was a good idea, Doc," Sally said from behind me. "It has really taken his mind off things, that's for sure." She put a hand on my shoulder. "It will all get better, you know. It might take some time, but it will." I placed my hand over hers. "Thanks." "No problem," she said, handing me a cold can of beer. "Now come on, it's Friday night." We both enjoyed our beers and chatted while we watched the kids run Sonny around. "Did you feed him yet?" Whitney asked as she picked up Kyle's duffel bag shortly after 6. "No, I thought you'd want to take him out or something." "Probably just something simple back at the apartment," she said. "It's been a long week." "I hear you. Are classes starting next week?" I nodded. I didn't really want to talk much with her. She knew classes always started right after Labor Day, and she knew Kyle hadn't eaten because he had asked her where they were going as soon as she came in. "No furniture yet," she said, looking around the living room and kitchen. "This weekend." She turned to me and smiled a little. "That's right. You told me that." Kyle raced back into the room and stopped at the couch before he reached us. Sun Tzu was lying on his side on the couch, still tired from their fun earlier. "Bye, Sonny," he said. He petted the dog, gave him a gentle kiss on the nose, then jumped up and ran over to me for a hug. "Have a good weekend, Dad," he said, squeezing me tight. "I love you." "I love you too," I said. He took Whitney's hand, and she led him to the door. "Have a good weekend, Luke," Whitney said. "You too," I said. Then, feeling some bitterness rise up, I added, "Super lawyer." She froze and looked back at me, studying my face for a moment. The look on my face must have shown her worst fears because she slumped, nodded, and took Kyle to her car. 4 hours and 3 beers later, I learned a few things. First, Whitney had not been honest. She'd been with him at least 6 times. Second, he was definitely a lawyer. His email was kieldlawlinkty.net.3. There was a law firm nearby in Sherman Oaks called Cahill, Levine, and Dunleavy. They had 9 lawyers, 7 of whom were men. Their website didn't list any email addresses. Fourth, he really pursued her. It took months before Whitney finally gave in to his attention. Fifth, even though he kept asking her, she'd never gone back to him after her email on March 20th. Sixth, apart from his occasional jabs at me saying I didn't care about her feelings or dreams, I couldn't see what I had done wrong. Not one of Whitney's emails, none of them, said anything bad about me. Instead, I seemed to be just a side thought in her emails, except in the one from March 20th. In that email, I felt more like a nice memory, like a happy Christmas moment from when I was young. There were still some things I didn't know. First, who was he? Neither had named each other in their messages. Second, what started all this? Sure, he chased her, but I didn't know if she had shown him she was interested first. Third, when did I change from being Whitney's husband and the love of her life to just a nice memory? When did she stop loving me and why? What did I do wrong? It was almost 11 and I was ready for bed, but then I had a thought and decided to check something. I logged back into the secret email account and looked at the history. Sure enough, all the messages were deleted. There was one message still in the inbox, and it was unopened. The subject line said, "Luke, I'm so sorry." I left the message unopened, logged off the internet, and went to bed. Forget her. Let her wonder if I had actually read them. By 9:30 Saturday morning, I felt very bored. I had already walked my dog, Sun Tzu, what felt like a million times, read the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, and my quick breakfast of grapefruit and toast only took 10 minutes. I had nothing to do until the stores opened at 10. "The park," I said to Sun Tzu. He tried to ignore me and hide. "I'll carry you," I promised, finally catching him. I held him under one arm and his little cage under the other. He seemed a bit happier when I put his cage in the passenger seat and him inside it. By the time I started the car, he was already snoring. 5 minutes later, I parked at Veterans Park. There were a few people at the park already. Some were jogging on the paths while moms pushed their kids on the swings nearby. "Come on," I said, waking up the puppy and holding him in my arms. We walked slowly around the park. Sun Tzu, the puppy, was happy to relax in my arms, giving tired looks to the joggers who passed by. It was a warm morning and the walk felt nice. It was much better than sitting in the living room, staring at walls and listening to the quiet. As we got closer to the swings and heard the cheers of happy kids, Sonny perked up. He raised his head, looking for the children. As soon as he saw them, he started yipping and his little tail wagged fast against my chest. I was smiling at Sonny and the kids when I noticed her. She looked up and saw me at the same time, and I felt stuck. "Hey!" Kristen called, waving at me while she pushed a little boy on a swing. I nodded back and watched her for a moment. She seemed calm and happy with the boy, enjoying the simple joy of pushing him on the swing. I felt a bit envious of her peace and the joy of being with her child. After a few minutes, the little boy jumped off the swing, rolled in the grass, and got up smiling at me. "Can I see your puppy, mister?" he asked, running over with a big grin. "Sure," I said, bending down to let the pug down. "Come here, boy," he called. His name's Sun Tzu, I said. Sonny, he replied. I know. Kyle told us about him. He was gently petting the dog, who seemed to like the boy's attention much more than mine that morning. What's that saying? Kristen asked as she walked up. Something and snails and puppy dog tails. That's what little boys are made of. I can't remember it. I don't remember either, I replied, standing up. Are you alone this weekend? She asked. I nodded. First time? She smiled kindly. It takes some getting used to. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. She bent down to pet Sonny, but he was too busy enjoying the boy's playful touch. So this is what? 2 Saturdays in a row, Luke? Are you following me? Just passing the time until the stores open, I mumbled. Then I changed the topic. Is that your son? Ben, she said, keeping her eyes on him. So you're in the same situation as me? She looked at me, her expression hard to read, and nodded. Pretty much. But at least it's your weekend, right? She shook her head. I'm taking him to his dad's house in about 20 minutes. I nodded, not sure how much more to ask. She was pretty, really stunning, and seemed nice. With my loneliness weighing on me and not many people around, especially not anyone in a similar situation, I wanted to know her better, but I wasn't sure how to start. So, what are your plans for the rest of the weekend? She asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. Her face showed polite curiosity. Furniture shopping? Really? She said with a laugh. A man! Furniture shopping. I'd love to see that. I raised an eyebrow. Really? Like lunch? Her eyes narrowed. Was I being too direct? I let my words drop as I felt embarrassed. Her smile returned. So you want help with furniture shopping and in return I get lunch? Before I could reply, she answered herself. Okay, Professor, she said. Sounds good. I'll pay for lunch, I offered. She shook her head. No way. I said it, so I will stick to it. Fair is fair. I smiled, happy to have company on what would have been a lonely and boring day. So where do you live? She asked. Winston Hill. What's your house number? 715? She checked her watch and looked at Ben and Sun Tzu. All right, I'll take Ben to his dad's house and then meet you back at yours in about 30 minutes. I can look around and see what you need and what colors you like, and then we can go shopping. Sounds good, I agreed, wondering if I had enough time to clean up before she came. 30 minutes then, she said, reaching for Ben. Come on, sweetie, time to go to Dad's. I picked up the pug and followed them to the parking lot. The house wouldn't win any awards, but it was tidy enough for guests. You're right, Kristen said, leaning against the door and looking into my empty bedroom. Bland. You really need some furniture. She turned to me. Where do you sleep? On the sofa in the den, I said. It's a hide-a-bed. That sounds comfy, she joked. Let's go. 3 hours later, we were almost done shopping for furniture. To my surprise, Kristen's choices for me, since I couldn't really say much, were stylish and manly. There were no floral prints, and the colors were mostly brown and burgundy. Okay, she said as we left the Lazy Boy store. We've got recliners, an entertainment center, a dresser, coffee tables, and end tables out of the way. Now we just need a bed. Should we go back to Bergner's? I asked. Sleep comfort, she said. A bit expensive, but worth it. So off we went to check out inflatable beds, which I had never seen before. Lie on this one, she said, flopping down on one side of a big king-size bed. I lay down on the other side. It's comfy, but a bit too soft. Watch this, the saleslady said as she pressed a button on her remote control. I heard a whirring noise, and soon the bed felt as hard as a rock. Cool, right? Kristen said, turning to me with a big smile and bright eyes that caught my attention. Very, I agreed. But do we really need a king size? Can't I just go with a... No way, she said firmly, but then her expression softened. You're going to find someone else, Luke. You really will. I nodded, and her smile came back. And when you do, she said, you don't want her taking up all the space on the bed, right? I smiled back. Right. He'll take it, she said, jumping off the bed. I lay there for a moment, wishing I had picked the smaller bed, the one that would have come with Kristen in it. A smaller bed would have meant she would have to snuggle against me. You'll need a headboard, she said. This one has its own frame, but you need to make or get a headboard. Or just buy a king-sized frame and put this bed inside it, the saleslady suggested. Kristen shook her head. Tyler's dad still does woodworking. He can make you one that will be ready when this is delivered. Tyler's dad? I asked. My ex-father-in-law. And he'll know how big to make it? He's made a few before, she said. I'm sure the size is still the same. I nodded. Sounds good. We spent the next 10 minutes filling out the delivery details and paying for the bed. Then before I knew it, we were standing in the mall hallway with people rushing by us. We were finished. My home was almost entirely furnished in a little over 3 hours. How about lunch? I suggested. Something light, she replied. I'll pay, I promised. It's not that. I'm just not that hungry. Me neither. But if we don't eat something, we'll be starving soon. Kristen looked me up and down like she was deciding something, then smiled and linked her arm with mine. Come on, hero, she said, pulling me along. I think I know the perfect spot. 15 minutes later, we parked outside a small bakery on the main street. How have I never seen this place before? I asked as I got out of the car. You're not from here, she said, guiding me into the little bakery. It's a hidden gem. A cheerful woman with gray hair, glasses, and a white apron smiled at us from behind the counter. 5 minutes later, we sat at a tiny table in the corner, enjoying warm croissants and hot espresso. How did I miss this place? Kristen smiled. I told you. You have to grow up here to find these little spots. So tell me about yourself, I said, not sure where to look. What do you want to know? I looked up at her and she was smiling comfortably. I know you're a teacher. I know you have a little boy named Ben. I know you were married to that writer, Tyler something. Tyler Collins, she said, still smiling. He was my first husband. My second husband was a cop, but that didn't last long. Ben is Tyler's son. I didn't have any kids with Randy, who is a police officer. She laughed a little. Our marriage was so short that we barely got to open all the wedding gifts. As we walked along the main road for about 30 minutes, Kristen shared her story. She talked about how she had 2 husbands. She felt lonely and was often unhappy with Tyler. Eventually, she left him in Florida and returned to Illinois. Later, she married Randy, had Ben, who is Tyler's son, and then got separated from Randy. She asked Tyler for another chance, started teaching, but Tyler married someone else instead. For over 5 years, Kristen has been raising her son and going on a few dates now and then. Any questions? She asked when she finished, her voice soft and tired. I stopped and looked at her. This isn't an interview, Kristen. I know. It's just that I've made some really big mistakes. I've hurt a lot of people, not just Tyler and Randy, but Ben, too. And Tyler's family, my cousin, a lot of people. Did you mean to hurt them? She shrugged. It doesn't really matter, does it? The fact is, I did hurt them. Because of me, they all felt pain. Why I did it isn't important. What matters is that I did. And you don't think they have any blame in this? You think Tyler and especially Randy are innocent? Tyler might share a little blame, but I really put him in a tough spot. Randy has more blame, but still, all of this happened because of me. If I had thought things through better, I hope I wouldn't have done it. But I'm pretty sure I would have anyway back then. And now? She shook her head. No way. What's different now? Ben, she said, surprised I would ask something so obvious. That's it? She started walking again. Of course that's it, Luke. You have Kyle. You understand? Would you want to put him through all that again? A second divorce? I didn't want him to face the first divorce. No, she agreed, her voice low as she reflected. If I had known I was going to have a baby, I never would have left. I would have told Tyler the truth and asked him to forgive me. I would have done everything I could to keep my family together. You think he would have forgiven you? I'm not sure, she admitted. I hope so. He was always a good man. He still is. It sounds like you still care about him. Of course. Why wouldn't I? He is Ben's father, and he is a wonderful person. But he has moved on. He has a new wife and a little girl now, so yes, I still love him, but it's a different kind of love. It's a warm, comfortable love. Not a strong feeling anymore. I let that go. Our chance is gone, and even if it came back, I wouldn't be able to get on board again. I stayed quiet, And she was silent too until we got in the car to drive back to my place. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "I'm not sure," I answered, looking at the road. "I keep wondering if Whitney, my ex, really thought this through." "I don't know," Kristen replied, touching my arm gently. "It seems to me like she changed her mind in the end, like she wanted to do what I wish I could have done, apologize and try to make things right with you." I glanced at Kristen and then back at the road. "There's just one thing missing," I said. "I know. She didn't want to be honest about it." "Exactly." We drove into the driveway next to her car and I turned off the engine. "Luke? Kristen? If she had been honest," she said, looking at me, "if she had told you everything from the start, would you have forgiven her?" I thought for a while and then shrugged. I guess we'll never know. Chapter 11. I asked Kristen to dinner that night, but she said no. She had dinner with her parents. She promised to call me the next day, and I told her I would wait. So my first Saturday night alone was just me and puppy chow for Sun Tzu and a bowl of soup for myself. After 5 episodes of the Band of Brothers DVD, I put the puppy in his crate and went back to the couch to sleep. One of the hardest things about getting older is that I can't sleep more than 6 hours at a time. As a teenager, I would sleep in until almost 11 on weekends. At West Point, that changed a lot. I was up before dawn at 4:30 every morning. That's really early if you don't know military time. The rest of my time in the Army was spent in short bits of sleep. After the Army, I liked to sleep until at least 8 or 9 on weekends, and I got a good 8 hours almost every night. Now, though, when I really wanted to sleep to escape the empty feeling in the house, could I sleep? Not a chance. So there I was at 5:30 a.m. taking a clearly unhappy puppy for a walk around the block for the 4th time. A few hundred yards into my 5th walk, a tall old man in pajamas and a bathrobe was waiting for me on his front porch. "You shouldn't do that," he called out. I stopped and looked at him. "Do what?" He pointed down at the puffing puppy. "Walk him so much, or so fast. He's a pug." "And how do you know that?" He smiled kindly. "Because it's what I do. I'm a vet." I looked down at Sun Tzu, then back at the man on the porch. I picked up the dog and walked towards him. "Sorry," I said. I didn't mean to be rude or anything. He looked at me for a moment and then at the puppy cuddled in my arms. "Alan LaCroix," he said, reaching out to pet the little dog. He was about 70 years old, tall and thin, with no hair except for a gray ring around his head and glasses resting on his nose. His arms looked strong, like they were made of steel. "Luke Patterson," I replied. "Pugs have short, soft noses," he explained as he watched me, "so they can struggle to breathe. That's why they snore loudly and breathe hard, especially when it's hot. They can tire out and get too hot very easily, so you need to keep an eye on them in this weather. Make sure he has lots of water when you get home. Also, check his paws. They might be swollen. You could use some ice on them." "But I only walked him around the block 4 times today," he said. "I noticed. You walked him for almost an hour yesterday, too. That's probably 2.5, maybe 3 miles. I saw it while I read my papers by the window. If you keep this up, you're going to hurt him." I nodded, scared by the thought. "I didn't know." He smiled kindly. "A lot of first-time pet owners don't know. Someone should have told you, but they didn't. So I'm telling you now." He scratched Sun Tzu behind the ears. "Water is the first thing when you get home, and you should carry him back. See how he's already panting and can't stop?" He was panting, but he was also looking up at me with loving eyes, full of trust and happiness. "I promise," I said. "Okay, Luke Patterson," he replied. "Just thought you should know." "How did you know I'm a first-time pet owner?" He laughed. "Because the dog is walking you instead of you walking the dog. Next time, keep him right by your side. If he tries to pull ahead, pull him back gently. You have a harness, so you won't hurt him. Just show him who's in charge." He laughed again, waved, and went back to his house. I walked home, got Sonny a big bowl of cold water, and put him down. He drank almost half the bowl in no time, and his panting began to slow down. "Sorry, boy," I said, petting him after he finished. He wagged his tail and then went to the living room to curl up on the floor. As for me, I spent the next hour calming down. How would I have explained to Kyle why Sonny was gone? As if things weren't already tough for him, he came close to losing his puppy. Oh, man. By 9, I decided it was time to go grocery shopping. Do you know how bored you have to be for grocery shopping to become the best part of your day? I was in the produce section when I heard a voice behind me. "Ew!" said Heather Farley, reaching in and knocking the zucchini from my hands. "Don't get that, Professor. It's gross." I turned to her and laughed. "Good morning, Miss Farley." She smiled brightly, just like the shorter girl next to her. "Morning, Professor Patterson," she said playfully. "Okay, we're not in class anymore. Call me Luke," I replied. "And you call me Heather?" she asked. "And me Brandy?" the other girl chimed in. "That sounds fair," I said, and looked back at the zucchini. "What's so bad about it?" "Not the zucchini," Heather replied. "Just that one." "All right, tell me what's wrong with that zucchini," I asked. She looked at me like I didn't understand anything. "It's low quality, grown with chemicals, picked too early and shipped from who knows where. Do you get it now?" "Okay. What do I get instead?" I asked. "Look around," Brandy said. "You're in the heart of the Midwest. Drive a bit and there are farm stands everywhere. Their food will taste better and be fresher." I glanced from Brandy to Heather. They seemed to share a strong passion for long explanations. "And what about fruit?" I asked. Heather smiled. "Melons are in season right now." "From the same farm stands?" I asked. "Usually," she said. "What about meat?" I wondered. Heather looked at Brandy and they nodded together. "You can get meat here. But bread? There's a bakery on Winstead Street, you know it?" I nodded. "I just went there yesterday for the first time." They both smiled knowingly. "That's a good spot." "Come on," Heather said. "Follow us. We'll help you out." "I think I can manage on my own," I said. "Sure you can," Brandy laughed. She rolled her eyes at Heather, who rolled hers back. So, for the next half hour, I let them guide me around the store. I bought not much more than milk, coffee, pasta, meat, and frozen vegetables, only if they were out of season. And oddly, it was fun. Heather and Brandy talked a lot about classes, teachers, and boys. Once we checked out and got to the parking lot, Heather turned to me. "So do you want to follow us to some farm stands?" she asked. I smiled. "No, thanks. I think I can handle it from here, and this time I mean it." Heather raised her eyebrow at me. "What's wrong, Professor? Afraid to be alone with us for too long?" "Yeah, Professor," Brandy joined in, leaning close to Heather. "Don't think you can handle it." I felt my face get hot with embarrassment and a strange thrill. I tried to speak, but they both started to giggle. "Okay, then," Heather said with a smile that hinted at exciting things I had only heard about. "But if you change your mind, you have my email." I barely managed to wave goodbye. An hour later, with a bag full of fresh bread, croissants, and some vegetables from a farm stand a couple of miles out of town, I was back in my kitchen putting away my groceries. I noticed there were no messages, and I felt a bit sad. Finally, the phone rang just as I finished putting everything away. "I was wondering when you would call," I said. There was a pause, and then Whitney spoke. "Oh, you were, expecting someone?" I felt let down. "Yeah, kinda. What's up, Whit?" "I was wondering if I could bring Kyle back today instead of tomorrow like we planned." "Is something wrong?" She paused again before saying, "Well, he's pretty bored, and he misses his puppy, too. Plus, I have a big trial starting on Tuesday, and I want to get a head start on my preparation." I thought about it for a moment, unsure if this would change any plans Kristen might have. "Luke." "Sorry," I said. "When do you want to bring him back?" "Now?" I glanced at the clock. It wasn't even 11 yet. "Sure, that's okay. Whenever. I'll be here." "Thanks, Luke," she said. Then, after a tiny pause, she added, "I hope I'm not messing anything up for you." "I'll manage," I replied. "Sorry. See you soon." I hung up. No goodbye, no I love you. Just hung up. Kristen called right after Whitney dropped Kyle off. He was in the backyard playing with Sonny when the phone rang. "Hello?" "Morning, Luke," Kristen said. "Good morning to you." "So, do you have any plans for today?" I sighed. "Whitney just brought Kyle back, a day early." She laughed. "Welcome to it. You might as well get used to it." "This happens a lot for you?" "Not a lot," she said. "Sometimes, though. And sometimes I ask Tyler to watch him if I have a date or something." I thought about that, curious how often she had dates. You there? She asked. Yeah, still here. Well, do you still want to get out of the house today? You have something in mind. I do, actually, she said. Can you handle being around my ex-husband and his new wife? Wait, what? She laughed. Tyler invited me to his house for a cookout, a Labor Day party. I said I might bring a date, and he said that was fine. Yeah, I said, but Kyle is welcome to come too. Ben will be there, along with at least 12 other kids, and Tyler has a pool they can all play in. And you won't feel weird about it? No, she answered. This doesn't happen too often, but it happens enough that everyone is comfortable with it. We're not all close friends, but we get along well and pretend for Ben's sake. Plus, we have a lot of friends in common, so it's not awkward anymore. I looked at Kyle and saw that Sonny was getting tired and needed a nap. I thought I had nothing else to do. Honestly, I just wanted to see Kristen in her swimsuit. Should I bring swim trunks? I asked. She laughed. Only if you want to swim. Will you wear a swimsuit? You'll have to come along to find out, she said with a grin. An hour later, Kyle and I had our swim trunks and towels packed in a duffel bag. We picked up Kristen in front of a small, tidy house with a nice lawn. She opened the door before I could ring the bell. Come in for a minute, she said. You can help me carry the beans and some other things. Was I supposed to bring anything? I asked, as I followed her into a cozy living room and a small kitchen. She wore shorts and a sleeveless top, and I couldn't help but notice her strong legs. Not really, she said as she unplugged a crock pot from the counter and smiled at me. If you want, we can stop, and you can grab some drinks on the way. Sounds good, I replied. She picked up a duffel bag and her purse and turned to me. Sorry, no time for a tour now. Maybe next time? Sure, I said, glancing around one last time before going outside. It's nice here. Yeah, she agreed. Cozy and not too big. Who takes care of your yard? I asked, as she opened my car door and Kyle said hi to her. Nobody, she said, putting her things in the back seat. She took the crock pot from me and set it on the floor before looking at me. I do it all myself. It keeps me busy when Ben's with his dad. It looks great, I said, holding the door for her. Thanks, she said, smiling as she got in and buckled up. An hour later, I had met most of the 20 or so adults at the party. Tyler Collins and his wife Marissa were friendly and easy to talk to. Their home was nice but not too fancy, set on 5 acres with old oak trees around it. So you were in the Army? Tyler asked. I nodded. Got out in '92. What did you do there? Marissa asked. She was tall and pretty in her own way, with a sly smile that was hard to miss. She didn't talk much, but when she did, she got to the point quickly. Infantry, I replied. I was a platoon leader. She nodded, and then Kristen added, Kyle told the class he's some kind of war hero. Tyler raised an eyebrow at that. War hero? I didn't duck, I said. That thing in Kuwait and Iraq? Desert Storm? Yep, that's right, I replied. Gulf War. Did you fight in the battle? Marissa asked. I thought for a moment, then nodded. And you did something brave? Not more than what I was meant to do. Marissa smiled slyly and looked right at me. Are we going to have to pull the story out of you? I felt their eyes on me. I knew they wanted to hear some amazing story of courage and honor, but I didn't think they would get it. None of them had been in my shoes. You really had to be there. Marissa noticed I was unsure and gave me an easy way out. You could learn something, Tyler, she said, still watching me. And what's that, dear? Mystery is a good thing. But I write mysteries, I replied. I mean in a person, she said. Sometimes it's best to keep some things to yourself. He laughed. And I'm what? An open book? I looked at them, worried things might get tense. But Marissa's smile was now aimed at him, and her eyes showed she loved him just as he was. He seemed relaxed, happy to receive her trusting gaze as his hand gently moved over her arm. Not in you, Tyler. In your characters. Keep some secrets. Let the readers wonder what they are, and don't reveal everything in the end. He nodded, glancing from Marissa to Kristen to me. Then he gave a big grin. My toughest critic. So, Kristen said during the quiet, is anyone going into the pool? Are you? Marissa asked me. When I paused, Kristen shot me a mischievous grin. I'm only going in if you go in. I looked at Tyler and Marissa, both of them grinning, then back to Kristen. I really did want to see her in that swimsuit, so I decided if we might be friends, I was only delaying the fun. Where do I change? I asked. Follow me, Kristen said, taking my hand and smiling. If you're not out in 5 minutes, Tyler teased, raising his eyebrows. He wishes, Kristen shot back at Tyler. He can use Ben's room. I'll use the bathroom in the hall. Party pooper, Marissa teased. 5 minutes later, towel wrapped snugly around my waist, I returned to the backyard. You have the whitest legs I've ever seen, Kristen said. Like a ghost, someone next to Tyler added. Why the towel? Marissa asked. Are you wearing Speedos or something? I looked at her, then at Kristen and the others. Slowly, I took the towel off my waist. They all tried not to gasp or show their surprise, but I could see they were shocked. Like I said, I explained, looking down at the rough scars on my right hip that went almost to my knee. I forgot to duck. Kristen moved closer and gently touched the scars above my swimsuit. I'd prefer if you didn't do that right now, I said softly. Something might show up that would be a bit awkward. Everyone started to laugh, and the tension eased. Tyler then suggested we could go back inside to change if we needed more time. Others suggested we move to a corner of the pool away from the kids. Kristen seemed fine with it, but I could feel myself turning red. Oh, look, Tyler laughed. Looks like someone likes someone. Tyler, Marissa warned, giving him a look. Sorry, he said, still chuckling. You two go keep an eye on the kids while we start grilling. Are you sure you don't need any help? I asked. He shook his head. Nope, just go have fun. After half an hour in the pool, mostly spent dodging splashes and kids jumping around, Karen and I were sitting on the edge with our feet in the water. Does it hurt? She asked, watching the kids. No, the warm water feels nice. Is that why Kyle calls you a war hero? No, I replied, looking at her. It was a simple swimsuit, but she wore it well. His mom told him that. The first time he saw my scars, he asked what happened. That's what she said. Does he know the whole story? He knows just as much as you do. Does anyone else? I mean, besides Whitney, your family, and whoever was there when it happened? Nope. You've mentioned everyone except I never told my family. She understood now that I kept it quiet, so she hesitated before asking her next question. So are you? Am I what? A hero? That's a hard question, don't you think? She looked at me seriously. Did the Army call it that? I met her gaze and nodded. Yeah, I got a medal for it. More than one if you count the Purple Heart. Which one did you get? Silver Star? Is that a big deal? I shrugged. Sure, it's the third highest award they give. She smiled and raised an eyebrow. What? So I guess you really are a hero then, huh? I laughed. No, I was just too foolish to get down. I noticed her face moving closer and I froze, my eyes wide. Then she kissed me. It wasn't a passionate kiss or even a romantic one, just a gentle brush of her lips against mine, whatever you call it. It was amazing, and it was over before I could kiss her back. Then I came back to reality and looked around. No one else had seen it, not even Kyle. Don't worry, she whispered. He wasn't looking. I smiled, happy that she understood and didn't think I was upset. I've always wanted to kiss a hero, Luke Patterson, she said. I felt a flutter in my stomach, a joy I hadn't felt in a long time. Is that all you want to do with a hero? I asked without thinking. Her smile turned playful at that. Maybe if it's the right hero, not just any hero will do. So there are many heroes to choose from here? I teased. She laughed. Good point. By 6:30, I started to worry about little Sun Tzu. Sure, he could sleep most of the day when Kyle wasn't around, but he still needed to eat. After a meal of chicken, coleslaw, beans, and potato salad, I was ready to relax too. But Dad, Kyle said, Ben wants me to spend the night. I looked at Kristen, who just shrugged. At that moment, Marissa came over. Sorry, she said. Ben asked a while ago. We're okay with it if you are. I looked from her to Kyle, then to little Ben waiting eagerly a few feet away, and back to Marissa. I didn't know them well, but how dangerous could two writers really be? Are you sure it's fine? I asked. She smiled. Really? Ben wants him to stay, and we have enough space. What time should I pick him up tomorrow? I asked. and Kyle cheered with excitement while Ben raised his fist in joy. Kristen chuckled and Marissa smiled. "We'll bring him back to your place, probably around noon." "Thanks," I said, and she waved it off before giving me a hug and thanking me for being there. I took 5 minutes to tell Kyle about being polite, behaving well, and all the other stuff my parents used to remind me about when staying at someone's house for the first time. He spent those 5 minutes rolling his eyes and waiting for me to finish so he could jump back in the pool. Most of the drive back to town was quietly comfortable. It got even more relaxed when Kristen took my free hand and rested it on her thigh near her knee. I glanced at her, but she just looked ahead with a small smile. "Do you want to grab a drink somewhere before you drop me off?" she asked. "That sounds nice," I replied. "Can I stop by my house first to feed Sonny? Can we let him out of his cage for a few minutes?" "Sure." 5 minutes later, Sonny was out and running around the backyard, sniffing the grass and marking his spot. "Do you have a beer?" Kristen asked while sitting next to me on the deck. "Sure," I replied, going to the fridge. I grabbed 2 bottles of Amstel Light, popped the tops off, and came back. "1 cold beer for you," I said, handing her a bottle. She took a big sip from her beer. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "Just getting brave," she said. "Brave for what?" She took another drink and let out a small burp before giggling. "Sorry about that." I chuckled and took a sip of my own beer. "Do you need to be brave, too?" she asked. "I'm not sure yet. I thought if you needed some courage, maybe I should, too." "Oh, really?" "Yep." "Let's see if we needed our brave drinks," she said, setting her beer on the railing. She faced me and glanced at my beer. "Does this mean that?" I started, looking at her while putting down my beer. She nodded and stepped closer. Then she leaned in and kissed me. It wasn't a quick peck this time. This was a soft kiss that grew a little deeper. Her tongue brushed against my lips, and I met her kiss with my tongue. Her hands moved gently through my hair, and I wrapped my arms around her to enjoy this moment. After about a minute, she pulled away and looked at me. "Thank you." "I think I should be the one saying that," I said softly. "It was nice. It was amazing." She smiled, a happy smile that made it clear she was happy with how things were. It seemed she had reached the limit for now. "Did I pass the test?" I asked. She looked at me, trying to read my face for any hidden meaning, but there wasn't any. Then she gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. "It's not a test," she said. "I just wanted to do that for a while now." "Then why wait?" "I wasn't sure if I liked you enough. Remember what I said?" I nodded. "We have kids now. No reason to rush into something that might hurt them." She nodded, clearly glad I understood. "I'm sorry if you wanted more now, but I can't take that risk. Moving too fast just complicates things. It changes how people feel." "It can make them too clingy," I agreed, "and maybe grateful too soon." "What do you mean?" "If we rushed into things, you could end up feeling like a rebound, and that's not good for either of us." She thought for a moment, her lips pressed together and her gaze drifting to the side. "Did I say something wrong?" She turned back to me, smiling. "No, Luke. Not a thing at all." Her smile seemed a bit forced, and I noticed she looked anxious. "You know," I said softly, "just because I'm with you for the first time after my divorce doesn't mean you're just a quick fix. If we do this right, and if we still like each other in a few months, there's no reason we can't be best friends first. And if we move on to something more, that's great. But if we don't, it won't be because you're just a rebound." Her eyes glistened with tears, but her smile showed I had spoken the right words. "You're really smart. No wonder you're a teacher." Then she leaned in and kissed me again. This time it lasted longer. We only stopped when our dog, Sun Tzu, decided to jump in and bark around us. "Ouch," I said, pulling back. "What happened?" "That little rascal just nipped my ankle." She laughed, then took a sip of her beer. "Let's get him fed and go have that drink." "Sounds good," I replied. Chapter 12. 11:30. The next morning, Kyle ran through the front door, heading straight for Sonny, who was just as happy to see him. They dashed out to the backyard together. "Hello?" I heard someone say. I walked from the kitchen to the living room and saw Tyler Collins standing in the doorway. "I just wanted to check if someone was here," he said. "Come in," I invited. Want a beer or a soda? He smiled, shrugged, and came inside, shutting the door behind him. Did he behave? I asked. Of course, he replied. They had a great time. He might need a nap soon, though. Sorry, they didn't fall asleep on the couch until almost midnight. I laughed. The fun of sleepovers. Choose what you want to drink, I said, opening the fridge. Just a Diet Pepsi, please. I took out 2 and handed one to him. He popped it open, took a drink, and set it on the counter as he leaned against it. So what's it like being a best-selling author? I asked, trying to make conversation. Busier than you think. There's writing, then editing, and more editing. That comes after I think of the story and do all the research first, of course. And while all of that is happening, there are meetings about movie scripts, book tours, talk shows, and all the other stuff needed to sell the book. Sounds pretty intense. Way more than I ever imagined, he agreed. He took another sip and then asked, And you? The life of a history professor? 9 hours a week of teaching, then about 18 hours each week for getting ready for classes and grading papers. I also spend around 9 hours each week in office hours to meet with students and a few hours in faculty meetings. That doesn't sound too bad, he said. Then there's the research and writing we have to do on our own. That usually involves some help from student interns. You know, writing for history journals and a small book here and there. And how much more time does that take? He asked. Maybe 15 hours a week. Okay, he said, holding up his hands. Now it sounds pretty busy. I shrugged. It's not that bad. A lot of the work can be done from home, preparing for classes and writing. Plus, it doesn't really matter when I do it, especially now that... He looked at me, understood what I was hinting at, and finished my thought in his mind. Then he said, Yeah, that's how I started writing. I thought about how to ask the next question, but he saw my face and smiled. So, he said, you and Kristen are... friends, I replied. For now, at least. Good choice, he said. When I went through my breakup with Kristen, I was just, lost, I suggested. Or worse. So you think I should take it slow? Definitely. Get to know each other. Talk a lot. Talk about what you both want in life and your likes and dislikes. All the little things that can suddenly become big issues, Sure. I took a sip of my drink, still unsure of what to say next. But Tyler's face was clear, so I just decided to go for it. She told me what happened with you two. He nodded. It was pretty bad. But she says she's changed now, that she would never do that again. Tyler looked at me sharply. Did she say why? That she couldn't put Ben through anything like that again? He nodded slowly. That makes sense. What do you mean? Like her life since Randy divorced her. He finished his drink, turned the cup upside down in the sink, and crossed his arms. She was really selfish, Luke. Sorry, but that's the truth. But since her second divorce, she rarely dates. This town is big, but not that big. And Ben tells us almost every time she goes out. We're not snooping, but we usually babysit when she does, so we have a good idea. We all still hang out at the same places, so we'd know if she was seeing a lot of guys. But she hasn't been. Like a nun, almost. Like she's scared or something. And you thought? He smiled a little. I'd like to say I thought Kristen was sad about losing me, but that's not true. That would have ended when Marissa and I got married. At first, we thought she didn't want to look bad or anything. A MILF. I think that's what they call it now. And now? He shrugged. Her reason makes sense. Really, it does. And? He tapped my shoulder. I think it shows she isn't the selfish person she used to be. Maybe she has finally figured out what's important to her and isn't only thinking about herself. I felt embarrassed and scared as I asked my next question. Do you know if she's seeing anyone else? I'm pretty sure she isn't. Ben told me how she and Allison took you out to get the dog. He said that was the first time she even talked about another man or looked happy to meet one in a long time. Maybe almost a year. He notices those things. He's pretty protective. I think he wonders why she's not with someone again, just like I do. I nodded, thinking over what he said. Still, he added, you have to wonder. About what? He raised an eyebrow. She's known you for what? A few weeks? I nodded. And you two left together last night, right? Right. And you spent the night together, right? I shook my head sadly. We just had 2 kisses. Good kisses. Great kisses, really. But still, just 2 kisses. A beer here, 2 beers at the bar and grill, and then back to our own homes by 10. He pretended to be shocked. Not even a little more? Just a few kisses? I laughed. I know, right? He was still laughing when he walked out a few minutes later. Having Kyle back with me after just 3 days made me realize how busy the house felt when he wasn't with Whitney. It also made me see how much happier I was, and how I didn't feel so alone. Plus, it was fun to spend the afternoon making Russian tanks and soldiers in the basement and painting the cooled tin toys. It's clear to see why a father and son bond is so important. Okay, I said to Heather and Randy, who were waiting in my office when I got there just before 8 on Tuesday morning. What do you have for me? Randy looked at Heather. She nodded. Then she took a neatly typed paper from her backpack and handed it to me. And yours? I asked Randy. He wouldn't look at me, but Heather spoke for him. We worked on it together. I saw him Sunday night, and we mostly talked about our 2 papers. Our ideas were similar, so we put everything together for you. I looked from her to him, then down at the paper. Is that true, Randy? Yes, he said quietly. And this one paper has all your ideas? The ones you had on your own? Yes, he replied softly. I turned to Heather. And why did you choose to do it this way? She shrugged, not bothered by my calm tone. Why should you read almost the same thing twice? Time is money, and if we work together we can share all the ideas in one read, someone said. And we made the ideas better by working together, Randy added. I looked at them both closely. In the past, I had interns, but they often slacked off, with one doing most of the work or switching tasks and doing only half the job. This felt different. All right, I said, putting the memo aside. Tell me what you think is the best idea for looking at this part of Roman history. We can do better than that, Heather said, almost bouncing in her seat. We even came up with a title. It could be a whole book. I raised my eyebrows. Don't keep me waiting. Was empire inevitable? She asked. Meaning what? I said, raising my hand for her to let Randy speak. He cleared his throat. It means, did the Roman Republic have to end? What small or big changes could have stopped the short rule that Julius Caesar started and Octavian made strong? And why did it go on even after Augustus died? I thought for a moment. It's not a completely new idea, but it had many angles to explore. Is that it? I asked. No, Heather quickly jumped in. We compare it to a more modern shift from a republic to a dictatorship to show how history tends to repeat itself. Okay, Heather, what modern change do we look at? I asked. America, she said with a big smile. Us? The United States? She nodded vigorously, almost losing her teeth. Yes, we're not there yet, but look at the similarities. The rich get richer. There's a powerful military industry. The same old faces, often old men, sometimes women, run our country for years, all funded by the super wealthy and big businesses. They want to stay in charge and use the rest of us to help them stay there. That sounds a lot like a conspiracy theory, I said, liking the idea but wondering what else there was. It's not, Randy said. Think about it. The government waves the flag to keep everyone proud to be American. The Romans did this too. Whenever there was a threat to the empire or people wanted to go back to a republic, the emperors would do the same thing. Wow, Professor, Heather said. It's how Caesar grabbed control from the start. He made the rich fight the poor, promised both things he never really gave them, and kept them busy with wars and their pride. And Octavian was even worse, Randy added. He practically made Caesar a saint in front of everyone so he could carry on with the civil war and stay in control while getting rid of all his enemies in politics. I leaned back and looked at both of them, impressed by what they had done. The story of Caesar wasn't really in the book, I said. I know, Heather replied, but once I got the idea, I went back and read up on it quickly. And you? I asked Randy. He already knew all that, Heather answered for him. My quick reading just looked at a term paper he wrote for Professor Whitman's class last year. I nodded, still leaning back in my chair and glancing from one to the other. The more I thought about their topic, the bigger my smile grew. After a minute of silence, they both started to smile too. It's good, right? Heather asked. Uh-huh, I said. Maybe really good. A lot has been written about how Rome changed from a republic to an empire, but there's not much that looks at what small changes could have stopped the whole thing from turning into tyranny. She shot a look at Randy, and he turned a little red under her gaze, but his smile remained strong. I think he was happier about Heather's approval than my own. Okay, I said, sitting up in my chair. Here's what will happen. You two will spend the next week working on your own to research as many sources as you can about life in Rome between around 110 BC and 47 BC, look into land reforms, wealth gaps, wars, the senators and ruling groups, maybe even how it was almost hereditary by that time. Got it? And you will do this separate, understood? Understood, they replied together. Then get together and give me an outline. With sources. Nothing fancy. Just the basics, okay? They nodded. The week after that, I want the same thing for the United States from after World War II to the start of Bill Clinton's presidency. Include as many names of long-term senators and congressmen, high-level officials, and their family members or friends in important government roles. Sound good? As long as it's just the basics, Heather said. Yeah, Randy added. We can't go too deep that quickly. Just the basics for now, I agreed, then gave them both a serious look. But there is one more thing you need to include in all of that. What? Randy asked. You've got your main idea, okay? You're saying, I'm saying in an article or probably a book, that the Roman Republic fell into dictatorship because of certain reasons, and that changing any small part could have made a difference. You're also saying those same reasons are happening in America, right? They nodded. Well, don't get too set on your idea, okay? Just because we think that's true, don't rush to prove it by ignoring all other evidence. If there are any differences, I want to see them, and I want them marked clearly, okay? If the sources don't agree, I want to know about it. Do you understand me? This could change the overall idea, but it doesn't throw everything out, right? Yes, I said. But if you want it to be worthless, then just ignore anything that disagrees with you and keep pushing your own version of the facts. And let me look foolish while you do it. Picking only the facts that fit your story is what bad leaders do, Randy said, starting one of the points I often made in class. But it's not how historians work, Heather added. For goodness sake, I said. You two actually paid attention in class? They laughed, but the joy over my support for their idea and project was clear on their faces. After a really tough summer filled with sadness and feeling alone, the first day of classes felt like putting on a comfortable pair of old shoes. I knew what to expect. I was happy to be there, and I enjoyed the simple pleasure of teaching a group of young people who were mostly excited to learn what I had to offer. It felt nice, almost as nice as coming home to Kyle and Sunny. My routine at home was also becoming easy and cozy. It had moments of sadness and memories that hurt, but I was slowly learning to handle both what was happening now and what happened before. Little did I know. Chapter 13. Look, Dad, Kyle said at breakfast, pointing to a big picture on the front page of the Lincoln County Register. I see, I said, putting down the paper. Your mom's on the front page. Why? She started an important trial yesterday. What kind of trial? Some men are being accused of selling drugs, illegal drugs. To kids? I nodded. Kyle really cared for children, which made it harder for me because of his current situation. Sometimes they sell to adults, too. And Mom is trying to send them to jail? That's right. Good, he said, smiling for the first time when talking about his mom. Exactly, I agreed. Then I thought of something else. She might be a little late tonight, sweetie. Why? Because of the trial. It sometimes goes late. He thought for a moment, then nodded. That's okay, I guess. This is really important, right? But not more important than you, buddy. I know. Just how it is, I guess. Exactly. But it doesn't mean she loves you any less. I know, Dad, he said, boring of the talk and turning back to the comics. But when Whitney hadn't called by 6:30, I was getting angry. Years of experience told me that trials, no matter how big, usually finished by 5. She had plenty of time to get home, change her clothes, and come to pick up Kyle. There was definitely time for her to make at least a phone call. I began calling her cell phone and office phone at 5 minutes to 7. But all I got were a bunch of frustrating voicemails. By 9, I was too angry to leave another message. Kyle had been in bed for half an hour, looking sad and upset. I really wished she would answer so I could let her have it. But by 9:30 she still wasn't picking up, and I just gave up. What was I expecting? She had skipped visiting him over the weekend, and now it was clear she was putting this trial before Kyle. Again, just like she had put it before me and our marriage. But to do this to her own child? Really? My seminar on 20th century foreign policy ended at 2:20. I was packing my things in the small classroom when I heard someone clear their throat. I looked up and saw a man and woman, both about my age. They were dressed in slacks and dress shirts. The man was in a sport coat and the woman wore a business jacket. They both looked tired. She was tall and slim with hazel eyes that seemed worn out. I noticed the bulges under their armpits from their shoulder holsters. "Professor Patterson?" the man asked. "What can I do for you, detective?" I replied, closing my briefcase and leaning against the lectern. He glanced at her, raised an eyebrow, then turned back to me. "Shoulder holsters," I explained. "Neat haircuts, dressed in jackets. You must be police detectives. The officers usually wear uniforms, so I doubt you're spies. I can't see why any government would want to kidnap me. Am I wrong?" "Lieutenant Gavers," he said, nodding to the woman. "Sergeant Adams." "What can I do for you, Lieutenant?" "Do you have a few minutes? We'd like to ask you some questions." I looked at my watch. "I can give you 15 minutes. I need to get home before my son returns from school." He looked at her again, and she shrugged. There was a quick moment between them, but then he turned back to me and started asking questions. "Were you married to Whitney Patterson?" "Yes." "The prosecutor?" "That's right." "And you're divorced now, correct?" "Yes." "When was the last time you spoke with her?" "Sunday morning," I said. "Around 11. "And what did you talk about?" "She wanted to drop Kyle off a day early. It was her weekend with him." "Did that make you angry?" "A little. But it turned out okay." "Why were you upset?" "That's not for you to know." He glanced at the nice sergeant, who gave a serious smile and took over the questioning. "Did she say why she was bringing him home early?" "Yes." She waited for me to say more, but I was already annoyed by their attitudes and the way they were asking questions. So I decided not to say anything else. I had answered the question so they could ask the next one. "Okay, Professor," she said, clearly getting impatient. "Why was she dropping him off early?" "She said she was dropping him off early," I emphasized, since I wasn't sure if she was telling the truth. Because Kyle had nothing to do at her place. He was bored, he missed his puppy, and she wanted to start getting ready for her big court case that started a couple of days ago. "But you didn't believe her?" she asked, noticing I had added hesitation to my answer. I shrugged. "I didn't think much about it. If that's what she said, that's what she said." "So you don't trust her?" Lieutenant Gavers asked, getting ready to challenge me for my careful words. "She's my ex-wife, Lieutenant. We just divorced about a month ago, so you can understand if things aren't great between us right now." "Was it a nasty divorce?" he pressed. "Is there a nice one?" "So it was nasty," Sergeant Adams wrote down in her notebook. Since I didn't respond to her summary, Lieutenant Gavers asked again, "What did you say when she told you she was bringing him home?" "I told her to go ahead. Any plans I had were going to change." "Were you angry?" "No." "Not even a little?" "No." "Are you telling me—" "The right way to ask this question, Lieutenant," I said, switching to my annoyed professor voice, "is, how did her asking to bring him home early make you feel?" He frowned at my tone, and I frowned right back. "The answer to that question," I continued, "is frustrated." It was frustrating. We had already changed the weekend plans to help her get ready. Then she missed her first Wednesday visit for the same reason. Now she was cutting short this first visit for work. So I felt frustrated. And sad, too. For Kyle. He doesn't deserve to be second place in his mother's life. I turned to Sergeant Adams, whose expression softened, and who now looked away from me. "Write it down, Sergeant. Frustrated. You got nasty, so don't miss this one." She looked to Gavers, and he nodded. She wrote it down. "Let's finish this," I said. She dropped him off on the curb, didn't even bring him to the door or help him with his bag or anything, and that was the last I heard from her. "What about last night?" Sergeant Adams asked. "It was a Wednesday. Did she come?" I shook my head. "Without even calling. Just blew him off." And yes, that did make me angry. A lot. So what did you do about it? Gavers asked. I left 7 messages on her phone and at her office, I said. When did you do that? Between 7 and 9:30? And what did your messages say? They started with me being angry and ended with me being really angry. You should have seen Kyle's face as the night went on without her even calling. I felt myself shaking with anger at the thought of my little boy being let down. But Gavers' next words burst my anger like a popped balloon. She's missing, he said. She didn't come to work this morning. No one has seen her since she left the courthouse just after 5 last night, Professor. My eyes grew wide as I looked between them. So you were at home last night between 4:30 and 8? Adams asked. I nodded. Did anyone see you, besides your son? I nodded again. My neighbors, the Romescues. They saw me around 5. We talked for a few minutes while the kids played. Then again at 6:30 and a few more times when I went out to the back deck to call Whitney. They stayed in their yard all night? Yes, I said, my voice shaky and my throat dry. They were having a barbecue. Then Sally and Charlie sat on the deck talking and watching their kids play until about 7:30. They weren't out there after that. I noticed some movement by the door and looked over Gavers' shoulder. Professor Whitman, I said, seeing the lively dean of history. Luke, I turned back to the detectives. We're done here, Gavers said. Sergeant Adams closed her notebook while Gavers dug into his jacket pocket. Here, he said, handing me a wrinkled business card. If you think of anything at all, call us, okay? Okay. I put the card in my pocket and watched them leave. They both nodded to Professor Whitman as they walked by. Luke, is this a bad time? He asked. I just stared at him, wondering how to tell Kyle. What's going on? I asked. It's about Whitney, I said. She's disappeared. His eyes grew wide. My God. I'm sorry, I said, grabbing my briefcase. I need to get home before Kyle arrives. I walked past him without looking back. I checked the call history on my home phone and saw a number from Sunday I didn't know. I dialed it, writing it down as it rang. Hello? A woman answered. Thank goodness I got through on the first try. Kristen, I said, my eyes on Kyle in the backyard. Luke, she replied. Is something wrong? Can you come over? Luke, you're scaring me. What's wrong? It's Whitney. She's gone. Did she run away or is it more serious? I think it's serious, I said. The police talked to me, just an hour and a half ago. She didn't come to work this morning and no one has seen her since last night. Maybe she just needed a break from everything, Kristen said. Not really. She's right in the middle of a big trial. If she just leaves, she could get fired and lose everything. She might even lose her job for good. Kristen didn't think for long. We'll go over there right now. 10 minutes later, Ben rushed through the house and out the sliding glass door to the backyard. Kristen followed closely, looking worried as she checked on me. Are you okay? She asked. What do I tell him? I replied. Nothing. Don't say a word. But what if? She looked serious. If it's the worst case, you tell him when you know for sure. Otherwise, just say she's busy and we'll spend time with him when the trial is over. Lie to him? Yes, Luke. You can't tell him she's missing. You want to tell him the truth, that she might be hurt or worse? I felt a chill. Those scary thoughts had crossed my mind too, but Kristen was the first to say them. Despite everything, Whitney was still Kyle's mom, and deep down I realized I still cared for the woman who had walked away from me. Listen, Kristen said, her voice calm and low. If he thinks she's ignoring him, he'll feel hurt and angry. But sadly, there are other kids in his class. There's even one in the backyard right now who have been through similar things. Kyle has been dealing with this for the last few months, and this will just feel like part of that. But if you tell him she might be in danger, Luke, he'll be in a really bad place. He'll have nightmares, and it won't be good, so don't say anything unless you really have to. She was right. There isn't always a clear right or wrong. Life is full of gray areas, and if there was ever a time to avoid telling the full truth to a child, this was it. What else should I do? I asked. You let the police take care of it, she replied. Seeing my worried look, she quickly added, I know it won't be easy. You'll feel helpless and frustrated. But there's not much you can do. You teach history, Luke, not police work, right? Still, I said, There must be something I can do. She pulled me into a hug. I buried my face in her shoulder and caught a hint of her shampoo. Peaches, just like Whitney's sometimes. Stay strong, Luke, she whispered in my ear. That's what you can do. You be strong for Kyle. That's the most important thing you can do right now, understand? I hugged her tighter. It felt good to be close to someone who cared about me. Now let's make some dinner, okay? She said, releasing her hold on me. We'll stay for a bit so Kyle can play with Ben. Thanks, was all I could think to say. What are friends for? She replied, then started looking in the fridge for something to cook. I slept on and off during the night. The same dreams came back, along with the pain in my hip. I felt like I was being trapped and shot at. All around me, the soldiers were taking over the trench. Everywhere I looked, new trenches appeared. My team was either hurt or gone, but I kept shooting even as the bullets hit me. I woke up suddenly, sitting up and breathing hard. My mind was stuck on the last part of my dream, Whitney being taken away by a group of men. They were pulling her clothes off while I tried to shoot at them with a big machine gun, but I kept missing. My head turned quickly to look outside at the bad weather I knew was coming. It had started to drizzle, just a light mist. The sky was gray with dark clouds rolling in. It was a wet, gray morning, just like so many others since that day in Iraq. And like those mornings, my hip and thigh ached deeply, like the pain of bullets and shrapnel was still inside me. The only difference this time was that Whitney was gone without a trace. On this damp, gray morning, the mother of my child was missing. I felt a strong need to do something, to get up and search for her. It was like a voice in my head kept telling me to take action, but then I remembered Kristen's words and I couldn't argue with her logic. What did I know about finding someone who was kidnapped? Yet there was something nagging at me, something I couldn't quite grasp. The more I thought, the more my mind seemed to block it out. 2 hours later, Kyle pointed something out. That was when it all clicked. Not just answers to my endless questions, but the whole situation hit me hard. When the realization struck me, I felt like I had to ignore Kristen's advice, and Gaver's demands, and, to some extent, common sense. Whitney's disappearance, along with the delays in the Labruzzi heroin trial, was on the front page of the Register. I read the article twice, taking in the pictures of both Whitney and the Labruzzi's lawyer, Lawton Dunlop. He looked just like a typical defense lawyer you see on TV. He wore an expensive blue suit, a white shirt with fancy cuffs and shiny cufflinks. He had a strong jaw, a big smile with perfectly white teeth, and his hair was styled so well it seemed like it could withstand anything. He seemed untrustworthy. When I woke up, something in the article started to bother me again. It talked about Whitney disappearing and Lawton Dunlop wanting to either continue the trial right away or declare it a mistrial. He claimed that a mistrial would mean all charges against his client would be dropped for good. As I held up the newspaper to show Kyle, I dropped a huge surprise. "Why is Mommy in the paper?" he asked. "And Charlie?" I put down the paper and squinted. "Charlie?" He pointed to the pictures on the front page. "Yeah, Charlie. He's a lawyer like Mommy. He came over on Sunday morning while I was eating." I flipped the paper back to look closer. There was Lawton Dunlop. I pointed to his picture. "This is the man she called Charlie?" "Yep," he said, then went back to reading his comics, forgetting his questions. I was left sitting there in shock. Charlie, Charles Lawton Dunlop, CLD, cldlawlinked.net. It wasn't the email for Cahill, Levine, and Dunleavy. It was Dunlop's email address. Whitney was involved with the Labruzzi's defense lawyer, and now they were in a trial with a strong case, and Whitney was missing. Honestly, it doesn't take a genius to figure out why Whitney disappeared. I stood up to find Gavers's business card so I could tell him what I had learned. Card in hand, I picked up the phone and stepped outside onto the deck to call him without Kyle hearing. Just before I dialed, more thoughts rushed into my mind. When did Dunlop start going after Whitney? Most likely it was after she began working on the Labruzzi case. Why did he pursue her? He might have wanted insider information about the case. He could have tried to remove her from the case and get someone else in her place. Or maybe he worked with her to mess up the trial, or all of those things mixed together. If that was true, why did Whitney let it happen? It would have caused a huge scandal that could ruin her career. Before calling Gavers, I knew I needed to do some research. "What are you doing, Dad?" Kyle asked as he put his bowl and glass in the dishwasher. "I'll just be a few minutes," I replied, rushing to the den to get on the internet. I searched the newspaper's archives, and in less than 10 minutes I found all the information I needed. When the Labruzzis first went to court, they had a lawyer named Leland Smithers. Smithers worked on their case until 3 months ago. That's when I started seeing Dunlop's name in the news as their new lawyer. This all happened well after our divorce papers were filed. As I looked at the screen, anger boiled inside me. That dishonest guy wanted to break up my marriage just to help a couple of small-time drug dealers get free. While I drove Kyle to school, I made my choice. I was done with Gavers, the police, and Charles Lawton Dunlop. This was personal, and I wanted to get back at them. On Thursday, I had 2 classes in the morning, and the second one ended by noon. To be honest, I don't remember much about those classes. I just talked about whatever was in the books, answered a few questions, and almost ran to my car when the second class ended. "Luke," I heard Doug call from behind me. I didn't stop. I just waved, jumped in my car, and sped away. I needed to think and come up with a plan. I also needed to gather as much information as I could in the next 5 hours. I didn't want to rush and act on guesses without knowing the facts. There was a small chance that Charles Lawton Dunlop wasn't the mystery man, but it seemed unlikely. Getting more information was important for making my plan work. 3 hours later, I was in my study, leaning back, deep in thought. My research uncovered some interesting details. First, Charles Lawton Dunlop had been a lawyer for 14 years and was just under 40. He had always worked in criminal defense, starting with the public defender's office and then on his own for the last 9 years. His record for cases that went to trial was about 50-50, which was pretty good. Most of his cases, however, didn't go to trial. They often got dropped for no clear reason. Also, the news reports about his trials suggested that some of the jury decisions were surprising. It looked like Dunlop had a shady past, raising important questions. How did Whitney not know about his history? If she did, why would she fall for him without being cautious? This led me to a sad thought. Our marriage was likely over in her eyes. Second, the Labruzzis were Carlo and Vincent. They owned 14 pizza places around Chicago, and the news hinted they were linked to, if not part of, the Chicago outfit. In the newspaper pictures, Carlo looked about 50 years old. He was short, heavy, and bald. Vincent, a few years younger, was also short but lean and wiry. He had thinning hair that was slicked back and acne scars on his cheeks and chin. Carlo appeared like a waddling cartoon character with big lips, while Vincent looked like a tough guy with a ferret-like face and thin lips. Both men had a dangerous look. Their cold stares at the camera sent a chill down my spine. The Labruzzis were on trial for selling heroin through their pizza shops, but this state trial was just the start. They were also facing a bigger case for serious crime violations from the federal government. The charges had just been announced the month before. It was believed that the drugs were brought into the country with pizza supplies and then moved to other states. Many thought that even if they lost the state case, they would still face serious trouble with the federal case. However, if they failed at the state level first, anything that happened next would not matter. They could get 50 years in prison or more. So I found myself dealing with a shady mob lawyer and his 2 mob clients. I needed to discover what they did with Whitney and, if she was still alive, how to bring her back. I also had to connect Dunlop to the kidnapping and possibly murder without anyone finding out what I was doing. Sure, Carlo and Vincent were involved in Dunlop's plan that ruined my marriage, but I didn't want to cross paths with the mob. Catching them in something would be good, but it was not my main focus. That's when I started to feel really worried. If I got caught, Kyle's life would be in danger. I didn't want a bunch of violent gangsters chasing me and putting Kyle in harm's way. I also didn't want to live my life on the run, constantly moving my son from one hidden place to another. Just when I was about to give in to my doubts, the doorbell rang. "Professor Patterson," Lieutenant Gavers said when I opened the door. "Can we come in for a moment?" I checked my watch. It was 3:10. Kyle would be home very soon. "This way," I said, guiding them to the back deck. "Kyle doesn't know anything yet, and I want to keep it that way until we understand more." Gavers, along with the pretty Sergeant Adams, followed me through the house. I let my dog, Sun Tzu, run outside first and then closed the door behind us. Have you found out anything? I asked. He hesitated and then spoke to Sergeant Adams. We have some more questions, she said, opening her notebook. I stood there, looking at them with concern. Did your ex-wife wear any jewelry? She asked. I closed my eyes, remembering her. Yes. She had a round gold locket on a gold chain. There was a picture of Kyle inside. She nodded and made a note in her book. She sighed and looked at Gavers. He looked back at her, narrowing his eyes before turning to me. Why did you get divorced? He asked. That's not your concern. He sighed again. Actually, it is my concern, Professor. It's very important to me. If you don't answer, we might have to take you in for a more serious talk. So tell me, why did you get divorced? We know you filed. So why? I glanced at him and then at her. Adams looked embarrassed, but Gavers seemed patient. I focused on Adams when I spoke. Because she said she didn't love me anymore. After all those years, she just didn't love me. She was bored. Stuck in a rut, she said. I don't understand why. I never hurt her. I make good money, and I took care of her and Kyle. I felt a lump in my throat and fought to keep it down. My last words came out as a strained whisper. I still don't understand why. Adams stared at the ground when I finished. Was she seeing someone else? Gavers asked, moving closer. I don't know, I lied, then softened my answer. Maybe she wouldn't say, she just mentioned someone but claimed it wasn't romantic. At least that's what she said. Do you know who this person might have been? I looked at him, meeting his intense gaze while I replied, not a clue. His right eyebrow raised slightly. Any guesses? I shook my head. Could have been anyone. Someone from work, maybe? She worked late hours. Always came home around 7:30 or 8. She had plenty of time. He kept staring at me. He knew I was lying. No matter how hard I tried to hide it, I felt a smirk creep onto my lips, the one that said, Yeah, I know you see through my lie. What will you do about it? You know, he said after a pause, this makes you look different. How so? I asked. Looks like she was cheating. You're divorced now, but you're still angry. Really angry. Maybe even enough to want to hurt her. Really? I replied. Really, he said back. Good luck proving it, I sneered. I have a solid alibi for the whole night, and you know it. I saw the police talking to Sally Romescu next door when I got home. Didn't you talk to them yet? Maybe you had someone else do it for you. I laughed, a bitter laugh. Sure, I just Googled hitmen for cheating wives, paid up, and they came right over. That wouldn't be the first time, Adam said, looking more energized by Gavers's tough questions. I know, I replied. They always look at the family or the ex-husband first. It makes sense. But you've already looked, and you know it's not true. You see, Gavers said, trying a new approach, if you're hiding something, anything, you could get charged as an accomplice. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that won't work. And good luck with that charge you're going to throw at me next, too. He just stared at me, his jaw tightening with anger. So if we're finished here, I said as I saw the front door open, my son is home now. They both glared at me, but Sergeant Adams soon realized it was pointless to keep questioning me when I walked past them and back inside the house. Hey, buddy, I said, picking my son up in my arms while they walked out the door. We spent the next hour finishing his homework, and then Kyle went outside to play with the Romescu kids and Sonny. Meanwhile, I thought about everything that was happening. Point 1. If I told the police what I knew, they would just bring Dunlop in for questioning. He wouldn't talk. He's a lawyer, for goodness sake. If he didn't talk, he might just hurt Whitney and hide her somewhere no one could find her. I knew the police often protected the criminals, but I wasn't bound by the same rules. Point 2. Yes, Whitney had seemingly cheated on me, and, worse, in my mind, and the real reason for our divorce, she had pushed me away. But that didn't mean I wanted anything terrible to happen to the mother of my son. If she was still alive, I had to save her. And I also needed to make sure I stayed alive. Sure, I wanted to live, but the worst part would be leaving Kyle without parents. Point 3. If I could find Whitney and she was alive, I had to do all of this without anyone knowing or even thinking I was involved. The gangsters scared me more than the cops, but both were frightening. Getting killed would be bad, but going to prison for a long time was nearly as awful. Point 4. I needed to do this on my own. Plans are only as strong as the weakest member. So, the more people involved, the more likely it was I would get caught. That's when I headed to the basement and opened my weapons safe. An idea was forming in my mind. I took out the Colt AR-15 I had for years. I placed it on a table and carefully took it apart, spending the next 15 minutes cleaning and oiling the pieces. After that, I loaded 3 clips with ammo and set them beside the rifle. I took out my Glock 9mm next and did the same thing, cleaning it and filling clips. In just over 30 minutes, I had everything packed into a bag with a black ski mask, black sweatpants, black shoes, socks, and a sweatshirt. I paused for a moment, then decided not to use black shoe polish for my hands. It would be tough to explain things if I got caught, and there was no way I could get away from it for a few days at least. When I finished my planning, everything was almost ready. That's when I remembered something I had been ignoring, so I decided to check it out to see if it could help me. Surprisingly, it gave me a lot of useful information, and it almost confirmed what I thought. Once I logged in, I opened the last email titled, "Luke, I'm so sorry. Dear Luke," she wrote, "by now you know everything. You know I lied. You know I was unfaithful. You might even know who he is. If not, his name is Charles Dunlop. He's a lawyer and a good one." I don't really remember how it all began. I was upset with you, but really I was upset with myself. I felt guilty because you did so much. You took care of cooking, cleaning, and Kyle. I should have helped you more with those things. On the other hand, I was so close to getting a big job at work, chief of the criminal division. After 10 years, I was almost there, and I felt bad that I was chasing my dreams instead of being with my family. So how did this become your fault? I blamed you for picking up the pieces while I focused on my career. I realize now that this makes no sense. But back then, I thought if you had complained more about doing everything, I would have felt pushed to spend more time at home. Pretty messed up, right? Just writing this, it still doesn't make sense. I was blaming you for supporting me and my dreams, and I was giving you nothing in return. I don't know how Charles noticed my unhappiness, but he did. He tried to make me feel better, and I let him get close. I wish I had a reason that could make this all your fault. I don't. None of this was your fault. Your only mistake was being there for Kyle and me, always giving your best without complaining. Now I see how serious my mistake was. Actually, I knew that day I left you and Kyle to see Charles. That's why I ended things then, and I wanted to come home and find a way for you to forgive me. But you didn't. I don't blame you for that. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have forgiven me either. I do know a few things now. For example, my biggest mistake wasn't just being unfaithful to you with Charles. Sure, that was likely unforgivable. And my biggest mistake wasn't even hiding the truth from you, which was also wrong. My biggest mistake was telling you that I didn't love you anymore and didn't want to stay married. The first two were bad enough, but the third was what really ended our marriage. I want you to know that I will never forgive myself for what I've done. I was wrong for cheating on you and for not being honest. Worst of all, I let you think this was your fault. It was all my fault, not yours. After you filed for divorce, I wanted to tell you the truth so many times, but I saw how much pain I caused you. Looking at your hurt, I realized I didn't deserve to be with you again. You deserve someone who would never hurt you like this. Even now, I can barely look at you because my shame is too much to bear. To end this, Luke, I know I have ruined everything. My marriage, my husband, my son, and our family. I wish I could take it all back. I sit alone in my apartment every night, thinking about the past, and wondering why I did it. I want you to know that I have one big chance coming up. I'm going to win a case and then get the job I dream of, chief of the criminal division. When I get that job offer, I will quit and focus on being a good mother to our little boy. I hope you won't stop me. This is the only dream I have left to hold on to, and I want to do my part so you can rebuild your life after what I did. With deep regret and lasting love, Whitney. I'll admit, my eyes were wet when I finished reading Whitney's letter. My mind was full of what-ifs. What if she had been honest that day? Would I have taken her back? What if I had noticed when she started pulling away? Could I have stopped it all? If? Such a sad word. Now, my suspicions were confirmed. I wondered if Whitney ever figured out Dunlop's evil plan before she disappeared. If she did, how did she feel knowing she gave up everything for a man who didn't care about her, only wanting to win in a criminal case? My sadness turned into anger as I deleted the message and erased all signs of it from my computer. Sadly, I couldn't hide my feelings when Kristen and Ben arrived. She looked at me and told Ben to go outside and play while keeping her eyes on me. "You know who it is, don't you?" she asked when Ben was outside. "You know where she is?" I stayed still. "What are you going to do?" she pressed. "I need you to watch Kyle tonight," I said. "Luke," she begged, "you have to call the police. You can't handle this by yourself. What if you get hurt? Then what happens to Kyle?" I shook my head. "I can't say anything, Kristen." "That's not true," she replied, looking outside to check if the boys were far enough away before turning back to me. "You're going to go out there and act like some sort of hero, maybe get hurt or worse, without thinking about what will happen to Kyle if that happens. What if—" "I know what I'm doing," I interrupted. "You think I haven't thought about it? But if I call the cops, they might hurt her to stay safe. That's what will happen, if she's not dead already. And then what do I tell Kyle?" "But Luke," she said, her eyes begging me to change my mind, "there has to be another way." I shook my head. "I've thought about it all day, since this morning when I figured it out. There's no other way, trust me. I don't want to do this." She stayed quiet, her eyes asking me not to go, but she understood what I was saying. "I swear," I said, "I've thought of nothing but Kyle. If Whitney is gone, I can't face Kyle. I won't be able to look him in the eyes if I knew I could have saved her. Or at least if she is gone, I have to make sure I catch the people who did this." She was trembling now, the fear shining in her eyes. "Promise me you won't get hurt," she said. "Please, Luke, promise me you'll be safe." I tried to smile. "Just watch the boys tonight and I'll be back by midnight, okay?" Tears fell down her cheeks and I gently wiped them away with my fingers. "Calm down," I said. "Watch the boys. It will be okay." She nodded. "Okay." I left at 8 just before it got dark. I needed to do this at night. I had no idea how many of them there were, where I was going, or what would happen when I got there. The dark and surprise were my only friends. As I pulled out of the driveway, I saw a car parked down the street slowly starting to move with its lights off. I had company. I drove slowly, trying not to attract attention to myself and my hidden weapons. Getting caught would mean Whitney would be gone for good. 20 minutes later, I drove past Charles Dunlop's law office. The lights were off and there were no cars in the lot. I hoped he was home and that the address in the phone book was right. My plan was risky, but it felt like the only way to draw him out and get him to take me to Whitney, or, at least, to whoever harmed her. I was still being followed, and I finally figured out who the driver was when I went through a bright intersection. It was Sergeant Adams. I was right. They knew I was hiding something, and they guessed I would take action. Great, I thought. Now I had to avoid them while trying to save Whitney. I started thinking about different ways this could play out. All of my ideas depended on whether help would be joining the pretty detective. It had been like this in my military days. I came up with a good plan, put it into action, and something would go wrong. Great leaders in history could handle surprises and think on their feet. Unfortunately, I wasn't a great leader. I was an infantry leader trained at West Point who got sidelined after my first battle. I hadn't thought like a soldier in almost 20 years, and it wasn't coming back to me as quickly as I wanted. I pushed aside these worries when I parked in front of Dunlop's house. The living room was bright, and I could see someone moving inside through the thin curtains. Now or never. I went over my plan again. I knew that if I went through with it and failed, Whitney would be in real danger. They would not keep her alive if they thought the police were after them. But I couldn't get them to show themselves unless they thought the police were close. Thinking they might hurt Whitney either way, I took out the throwaway phone from my pocket and called the number I had saved. Dunlop picked up on the second ring. "Hello?" "This will be quick," I said. "Who is this?" "Just listen, I'm a friend. That's all you need to know for now." He paused, then asked, "What do you want?" "You're being listened to," I said. "At your office, on your cell, and at home." He stayed quiet, so I kept going. The wiretap papers were signed today. Your name is on one of them. You can guess whose names are on the other two. And you're telling me this? Because I'll reveal myself to you later, I said. When I do, I expect you to show some gratitude, and so will your friends. Why should I believe you? How can you afford not to? I replied. Either way, this conversation is over. I won't say more in case they are listening already. With that, I hung up the phone, drove to the end of the street, and waited to see if Dunlop took the bait. I couldn't see where Sergeant Adams parked, but I guessed she was outside the small street so she could see us leave. 10 minutes later, Dunlop walked out of his house, looked around, then got into his Cadillac and drove away. I felt good about myself. I started my own car and followed him, keeping a safe distance behind. Like a funny chase scene from an old movie, Sergeant Adams was right behind me. Soon we were driving fast on country roads, almost reaching 70 miles per hour. I realized this was my worst fear, so I tossed my phone out the window into a creek. If I tried to keep up with Dunlop, Adams could stop me, and Whitney might be lost forever. But if I didn't keep up, I would lose Dunlop, and Whitney could be in danger. That's when I made my first quick decision. I would follow Dunlop and hope Adams, and maybe Gavers too, would understand I was following the kidnapper. If they knew I was holding back, they would realize I was onto something. I trusted them to let me keep following Dunlop instead of stopping me. I pressed down on the gas to catch up with Dunlop's fading headlights. 2 miles later, Adams still hadn't pulled me over. Instead, she stayed about a quarter mile behind me. I smiled, knowing we wouldn't lose each other on this long, quiet road. But just as I felt proud of my calmness, the Cadillac's lights turned and vanished. I slowed down to 50 miles per hour. I didn't want to drive too slowly if he was waiting somewhere ahead. Even at 50, I almost missed the overgrown dirt road going into the woods. A little ways in, I caught a quick glimpse of red lights, and I stopped my car in the ditch, pulling far off the road. Adams had slowed down behind me. I pulled down my mask, grabbed my duffel bag, and got out of the car and into the woods before she saw where I went. I watched from the edge of the woods as Adams slowed down and stopped next to my car. She shined a light inside, spoke briefly on her phone, then parked in front of my car. By the time I heard her door slam far behind me, I was already deep in the woods, walking alongside the overgrown path. It was a dark night without a moon, and the ground was still wet from rain earlier that day. I was soaked from the waist down after walking just a little bit, but my body was full of energy. It reminded me of my time in the Army when we planned something carefully, felt calm, and then felt a lot of tension when we moved into action. This felt a lot like that morning a long time ago when I headed into combat across the Iraqi border. The morning I realized things would turn serious and people might get hurt was heavy with fear. It felt like a chill wrapped around me, making every tiny sound feel loud. I was on high alert, ready to react to any noise, even the slightest movement in the dark. It felt worse than before. I was out of practice, out of shape, and missing the fearlessness I had when I was younger. 300 yards down the path, it curved to the left and opened up a bit. I paused to take a good look at what lay ahead. At the bottom of a gentle slope, about 75 yards away, stood an old, rusty metal shed. Just in front of it was a red Cadillac parked beside an old Ford pickup truck. Without really thinking, my eyes scanned the area for anything that could help me. The shed was located in a small dip in the ground, which was good for me and bad for them. I would have the higher position and could hide in the trees while they would be stuck down low, unable to move safely without being seen. The cars didn't cover the shed's door, but they were close enough that their occupants could try to reach them. If Whitney was with them, I couldn't shoot. I wouldn't want to risk hitting her, so I needed to find a way to stop those vehicles. To the left of the shed, there was a propane tank about 60 feet away. I had to steer clear of it. I couldn't let a stray shot hit it and put us all in danger. On the right side of the shed, I noticed light coming from the windows, but the area was clear except for some grass sloping up to the tree line. I thought about my options and decided that if I positioned myself at the edge of the woods on the right, I would have a clear view inside the shed and could aim at anyone trying to leave towards the cars. The risk was missing my shot and hitting the propane tank, but I wasn't worried. 75 yards from a low position with an AR-15. Even if I wasn't as sharp as before, I felt confident I could hit my target. With my plan taking shape, I quietly moved along the tree line to the left, staying low and watching for any sounds or movements. When I reached the spot across from where I had started, I took a deep breath, counted to 10 in my head, and hurried down the slope toward the shed. As I got closer, I heard a whiny voice from inside. "Don't say anything about dealing with her, man," it said, sounding slurred. I could hear it clearly, and the windows must have been open. There was an odd smell coming from the shed, metallic and medicinal, not pleasant at all. "Don't worry," another voice yelled. "You won't have to do it. Neither will I. They're coming here to handle things. We just have to wait for them. We'll still get in trouble if we get caught," the first voice complained. "I didn't agree to murder charges. And kidnapping is fine for you? You'd get 20 or 30 years for that. That's okay with you? Because I don't think that's okay." "Shh," the first voice said. "Do you hear that?" "There's nothing there," the second voice replied, lowering his voice. "You've been using too much of your stuff. Forget you." I heard footsteps and some soft sounds. Then I recognized a woman's voice, probably with her mouth taped shut. It was Whitney. I was sure of it. She was still alive, and they were getting ready to do something bad to her because of my phone call. They were waiting for someone else to arrive so they could hurt her. "Take the blindfold off her," the second voice said. "She won't remember anyone after tonight." "Let them do it," the first voice pouted. I had heard enough and moved back to the trees, keeping to the edge. I looked around for a clear view while I crept along. When I saw the door clearly, I stopped, placed down my bag, and got my weapons out. I slid the Glock into my waistband at the small of my back. Then I lay down flat, my body blending into the wet grass, holding the rifle close to me. I aimed down the barrel and flicked the safety to semi-automatic. "This is where I would have planted myself too," Gavers said behind me. I froze, staying still against the ground. I heard him cock his gun behind me. "Drop the rifle, now!" My body felt heavy as I flipped the rifle switch back to safe. "When we came out of the woods," he said calmly, "you were already moving around. Good job, but you should have kept lower and watched somewhere besides the shed." I heard him moving through the leaves, then felt him closer behind me. "I noticed what you were doing," he continued. "You were keeping a line of fire to trap them. Good plan." "She's alive," I said. "She's in there, and she's alive." To my left, I heard someone take a sharp breath. Gavers was quiet for a moment. "Did you hear her?" Adams asked. "Yes." "Are you sure it was her?" "It was a woman. Her mouth was taped. I didn't see anyone, but I could hear them." "How many?" Gavers asked. "At least 2. I'm pretty sure there's no one else, but 2 for sure. One is Dunlop. The other one seems high on something." "Meth," Adams said. "You can smell it. This place is definitely a meth lab." "Any more surprises before we tie you to that tree?" Gavers asked. "There are more coming," I said. "They're waiting for someone else to arrive. Someone's going to hurt her and get rid of her." I heard a scoff from Adams. "You're—" But her words were cut off when a pair of headlights shone through the trees and moved slowly down the slope toward the shed. "You don't have any guns," I said, switching the rifle to semi-automatic. "Don't do it," Adams warned. "You need me," I insisted. "It's just the 2 of you, and now you're outnumbered, and you don't have a gun. They'll hurt her. You know they will. And without me, there's nothing you can do." I heard Gavers move quickly and quietly. "You keep them busy," he whispered to me before stepping out from the trees. "And don't let whoever is in that car out." Adams started to speak but thought better of it. She crouched down next to me. "You could have told us," she said. "And what could you have done?" I replied, my eyes on the car slowing near the shed. I glanced to the right and saw Gavers still out in the open, not far from me. I knew I couldn't wait anymore. I took a breath and pulled the trigger. The car jerked just as the shot rang out. I aimed to the left. It took 2 shots to hit the left tire, but now the car was stuck a bit away from the others. "What the hell?" someone yelled from below, and I saw the front door swing open. A tall, thin figure stepped into the light from the door, and I shot at the top of the doorframe. "Don't hit him!" Adams warned, as the figure dropped and looked around fast before rushing back inside. "Be quiet," I hissed, turning back to the car and firing 2 shots into the front. Steam began to puff out from under the hood. They were in big trouble now, and I knew it. "He's there," Adams whispered, her voice flat now. I looked over to the shed and saw Gavers with his back against it, holding his pistol up high. I aimed back at the cars in front of the shed and with 4 shots hit the front tires of the Cadillac and the pickup truck. Just to be sure, I shot 2 more rounds into the front of each car, and the Cadillac began to steam, too. I saw the passenger door open on the new car, the one with at least one of the Labruzzis inside. I fired at the door, and it slammed shut. "He's aiming," Adams said. I looked back as I grabbed a new clip and saw Gavers signaling with his hand, showing he wanted to shoot at the end of the shed nearest the cars. I loaded the clip, aimed high on the far side of the shed, and let 5 shots fly into the building. As I did this, Gavers reached his arms and gun through the open window. I heard 1 shot, then I saw Gavers climb through the window. At the same time, the front door flew open, and Dunlop started running around the cars and into the woods. "He's getting away," Adams said, "over by the propane tank." I paid no attention to Adams or to Charles Lawton Dunlop running away. My focus stayed on the Labruzzis. They were both still alive, and I was sure they had guns. "You," I said, keeping my eyes on the gun's barrel, "go behind them and come in low. Stay in the trees." But they have guns. Gavers is alone in that shed. If one of them gets out of that car and to that shed, we are in trouble." Without saying anything else, she ran off. A minute later, I saw someone coming out of the window. She was pushed out from behind and fell with a heavy thud to the ground below. I recognized the hair and thin figure and felt a small wave of relief. Whitney was safe for now. She started to stumble up the hill towards the woods, keeping the shed between her and the Labruzzis. Good. I looked back at the Labruzzis. Behind their car, I saw Adams coming down the slope. I needed to keep the Labruzzis focused on me, so I fired 5 shots into the front of their car. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the passenger side and fired 5 shots back at me. I dropped to the ground, trying to hide as much as I could. I heard bullets hitting the trees and ground just to my left. They had seen where I was shooting from. I knew that my gun wouldn't work well at that distance, but one lucky shot could really hurt me. "Drop your guns!" I heard Adams yell. I looked up. She was standing behind and to the left of the car, pointing her gun at them. "Now!" she shouted. "Get out of the car!" After a short pause, I saw movement and heard the sound of guns hitting the ground. Then Gavers jumped out of the building and took cover behind the car. He said something, but I couldn't hear him. He said it again, and both car doors opened. Then the Labruzzis poked their arms out, followed by their bodies, and lay flat on the ground next to the car. Once I saw them handcuffed, I jumped up and grabbed my bag. With one last look at the shed below, I turned and started running along the edge of the trees. When I saw her just inside the woods, I slowed down. Whitney stared at the shed, shivering, her face full of fear. "You'll be okay," I whispered as I got closer. She turned away, trying to make herself smaller. I stood in front of her and reached out my hand. "It's me," I said from under the ski mask. "You're going to be okay." Slowly, she moved her hand toward mine. When our fingers touched, she pulled her hand back but then grabbed hold of mine tightly. "Come on," I said. "Let's get you back to them, all right?" Whitney didn't seem to hear me, but she followed anyway. When we got near the shed, I stopped. "You're safe now," I said. She squeezed my hand even tighter, not willing to let go. "I need to leave, Whit," I said. "You have to let go. You're safe now." Still, she wouldn't let go. "If I'm still here when help arrives," I said, "it will be bad for me. I could get in trouble. The Labruzzis might come looking for me. They might even go after Kyle, Whitney. You have to let me go." That seemed to get through to her, and Whitney finally let go of my hand. "Remember," I said, holding her chin gently, "I was never here. Do you understand?" She nodded slowly. Without saying anything else, I turned and ran to my right. Once I was back in the trees, I made my way around the area and headed up the path toward the road. I needed to get out of there fast before more police arrived, and I had to hope that Gavers and Adams would keep quiet. As I got closer to the road, I heard police sirens in the distance. They would be there soon. I reached into my pocket for the car keys, but then I heard a noise behind me and turned around. Suddenly, I was knocked to the ground. "Who are you?" Dunlop yelled, grabbing at my mask. I didn't respond, focusing all my strength on getting away from him. He pulled back his arm to hit me, so I pushed off the ground and rolled into him, stopping his punch, but he still held on. Rolling onto my back, I felt something sharp digging into me and knew what I had to do. Continuing my roll, I reached back and pulled out the Glock. I hit Dunlop on the side of the head again and again until his body went limp. I didn't check if he was okay. I scrambled to my feet and jumped into my car. 15 seconds later, I was driving away, hearing the sirens getting louder behind me. I was relieved to see them stop near Adams's car parked on the road. I slowed down to the speed limit, took the first left after 2 miles, and headed to my last stop of the night before going home. Now wearing jeans, a sweatshirt, and deck shoes, I stood on the edge of an old gravel pit. The adrenaline was finally gone, and I felt really tired. I'm still determined to share this as widely as I can. With all my strength, I threw my duffel bag, filled with clothes and leftover ammo, as far as I could into the dark water. I watched it float for a moment, then sink down because of the 5 heavy bricks inside. Earlier, I had tossed the rifle's parts into a creek while making my way to the pit. I had also broken down the other weapon and discarded the pieces in various holes scattered around the area. If someone ever finds one part, they might find the others too. But I doubted anyone would even look for them. It wouldn't matter anyway if Gavers and Adams came after me. They hadn't seen my face, but Adams probably had my license plate number after following me to the shed. Still, it's better to be safe than sorry, right? Chapter 16. The living room was dark, and I quietly walked across the floor. "Are you okay?" Kristen asked from the couch. I stopped, relieved, but very tired. "I'm fine," I whispered back. I heard her sniffle, and then a small cry came from her. She squeezed me tightly. Her soft robe and light pajamas felt warm, and I wanted to hold her forever, but soon my strength started to fade. "And Whitney?" Kristen asked as she let go. "She's okay too, alive and mostly unharmed." "And the person who—" she started, looking at me with shiny eyes. "The cops got him," I replied. She hugged me again, but I felt myself starting to slump. Noticing I was about to fall, Kristen helped me onto the couch. Once I was seated, she kissed my lips, nose, and eyes, pulling me close to her chest. "It's going to be okay," she kept saying, as if she needed to convince herself. I didn't respond, worried about when Gavers and Adams might arrive to take me. But I was too tired to think, so I let Kristen relax and express her feelings. "I was so scared," she finally said, sitting with me on the couch. "Me too," I replied, beginning to drift off. Seeing how tired I was, she gently brushed my cheek with her hand. "Go to sleep," she said, then lay me down so my head rested in her lap. My last thoughts were about how nice it felt as Kristen ran her fingers through my hair and rubbed my shoulder. So comforting. So loved. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't one. As I felt her warmth around me, I realized this was real. With my eyes half open, I saw Kristen moving gently above me, her eyes locked on mine. She took my hand and placed it on her pajama top, encouraging me to hold her close. I agreed, and she pressed her lips together while my other hand moved to hold her other side. Before long, I was breathing heavily, and Kristen leaned in to give me a long kiss. "Let go," she said, moving faster now, her body tensing as she started to breathe quickly too. Soon I felt a wave of pleasure wash over me that relaxed every part of my body. Well, almost every part. Kristen took full advantage of my energy then to find her own moment of joy. After that, she leaned in and kissed me again, and then everything went dark. I woke up on the couch, wrapped in a blanket with a pillow under my head. Sun Tzu was snuggled against me, lightly snoring. "Are you hungry?" Kristen asked, leaning close. She looked bright and cheerful, full of energy and happiness. I almost said no, but then my stomach let out a loud rumble that made Sun Tzu look at me in surprise. Kristen laughed and didn't wait for my answer. She quickly headed to the kitchen. Sun Tzu jumped off me and followed her, his tail wagging happily, surely dreaming of food. Sitting up, I stretched to ease the stiffness in my joints and muscles. "Hey, Dad," Kyle said from the table, his mouth half full of cereal and a big grin on his face. "Hey, Mr. Patterson," Ben added. "Morning, guys," I answered, yawning. "Sit down," Kristen said as she brought me a bowl of oatmeal and a plate full of eggs, bacon, and toast. It smells great, I said, moving to the chair at the head of the table. Eat up, she said, smiling as she set the food in front of me. She went back to pour a cup of coffee and placed that in front of me, too. You didn't have to do this, I said, starting on the toast and eggs. But I'm really glad you did. Thanks. You're welcome, Kristen replied, sitting on the other side of the table while she enjoyed her coffee. I finished my breakfast quickly. Ben and Kyle chatted about school, friends, and video games. Sonny ran around, barking happily, hoping someone would drop some food. Kristen watched everything with a warm smile. It felt like a family, I thought, much like what Whitney, Kyle, and I used to have, just with a dog and another boy at the table. It was nice. So, what are you going to do today? Kristen asked as I carried my dirty dishes to the dishwasher. Just relax, I guess, I said, feeling a little tense. I was surprised the police hadn't come to take me away yet. I'll hang around the house and get some paperwork done. I need to get my class notes ready for next week. I had an idea, Kristen started. We want to order pizza and watch movies late tonight. Kyle jumped in. I looked at him. We. Me and Ben. I looked at Kristen. What do you think? She shook her head. If you have other plans or want to do something else, movies and pizza sound good to me. What do you think? Her smile could light up a room. That sounds good to me, too. Then it's settled, I said, picking up the boys' dishes and putting them in the dishwasher. We might as well plan for a sleepover. I won't say Kristen's look was too much, but it reminded me of a nice dream I had the night before. I was sure I would need a cold shower soon. I'll take them to school with me, Kristen said, putting her coffee cup in the dishwasher before facing me. You should get some rest. You'll need it. She leaned in and kissed my cheek, then blew softly in my ear. I wanted to hug her right then, but the boys rushed out with their backpacks and they were gone before I could do anything. I was napping on the couch when the doorbell rang. My eyes shot open and I glanced at the clock. It was just after 10. I walked to the door like someone facing a tough moment. Professor Patterson, Gavers said when I opened the door. Without saying a word, I stepped back and waved him and Sergeant Adams inside. You got any weapons in here? Gavers asked once they were inside. I nodded. There's a gun safe in the basement. He waved his arm. Show us. I looked at him but couldn't tell what he was thinking. Adams looked just as unreadable. I turned and led them to the basement, turning on the lights when we arrived. Cool, Gavers said as we walked between my battle scenes to the corner of the long room. Whatever, Adams muttered, seeming bored with my collection. I entered the combination for the gun safe, then pulled it open and stepped back. Adams leaned in, then turned her head and said, They're not here. Good, he yelled back, kneeling down to look closely at the figures on the Ypres diorama. Those poor guys, he said, then glanced at me and smiled. That must have been one terrible war. I nodded, wondering what their intentions were. I heard Adams whistle softly and I turned. She held a small wooden box open in her hand, looking from me to the medals inside. I guess this explains it, she said to Gavers, who had moved on to examine the Carthaginian tactics at Cannae. His eyes narrowed as he walked over to us. He took the box, looked inside, then looked at me. Where's the citation? I frowned. Besides my fellow soldiers, Whitney was the only one who had seen it, the only one who knew what happened that day. His eyes made it clear I had to show him. With a resigned shrug, I reached past them and back into the gun safe, pulling out the folder with the citation. Without saying anything, I handed him the paper. Gavers looked at the cheap plastic folder, then opened it and read out loud. Department of the Army. This certifies that the Secretary of Defense has given the Silver Star to First Lieutenant Lucas M. Patterson, United States Army, he read. First Lieutenant Lucas M. Patterson showed bravery in front of the enemy on the 24th of February, 1991. While being a platoon leader for the 3rd Squadron, 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment 7th Corps, First Lieutenant Patterson was part of the first wave entering Iraq. Soon after they crossed the border into Iraq, the lead group came under fire from guns and... Gavers read the rest quietly to himself, then went back and read it again. When he finished, he handed the paper to Adams and looked at me with a strong gaze. I glanced from him to Adams, who was now reading and looking more surprised. You held off almost 200 men, Adams interrupted. For 30 minutes with only 2 other guys helping, and you took out at least 29 enemy soldiers. All with bullets and shrapnel in your legs and hips and stomach, Gavers added. Are you some kind of Superman or Rambo? Adams asked. I'm just a history teacher, I replied. They both kept staring at me. I didn't say anything back. I reached over, took the paper from Adams, and put it back in the gun safe on top of the box of medals. Adams looked at me with wide eyes full of admiration. Gavers, on the other hand, smiled easily. Then I understood. He had been there during the Gulf War. He looked like he was the right age, and he had the confident presence that stays with you after military training. You got any coffee? He finally asked. Sure, I said, and led them back upstairs. I watched them at the table while I ground the coffee beans and poured water into the coffee maker. They didn't say anything, but they shared many looks and raised eyebrows. For more than 5 long minutes, I stood at the counter waiting for something to happen. Just as I reached for 3 mugs and the pot of fresh coffee, I noticed Gavers looking steadily at Adams. Well? He asked. Yeah, she replied. I poured everyone a cup of coffee and then sat down with them. How's Whitney? I asked. A mess, Gavers said, taking a sip of his coffee. Dehydrated, mostly. She's still pretty much in shock. She'll be okay, Adams said. A few days of rest and she'll be fine. Except for the nightmares, I said quietly, mostly to myself. Yeah, Gavers said, staring into his cup. Those don't go away, do they? I didn't answer. The Labruzzis are in jail now, Adams continued. They were facing serious charges like kidnapping and unlawful imprisonment, along with a bunch of other things that would keep them locked up for a long time. Dunlop? He's handcuffed to a bed just down the hall from Whitney, Gavers said. Looks like he fell while trying to run away and hurt his head pretty badly. He has a bad concussion, but nothing that will last forever. I nodded, trying to hide my relief that this was the way things had turned out for him. Funny thing about bad head injuries, Adams added with a smile. They often erase short-term memories. The worse the injury, the longer the memory loss. He can't remember what he ate for lunch yesterday, Gavers summed up. Strange, right? Strange, I agreed. There was another guy there too, Gavers said, now getting into his story like he was sharing it with someone new. Really? I asked. Really, Gavers repeated. Manny Samuelson, local meth maker and dealer, just a real piece of work. Poor Manny. He's dead, I asked, not really caring either way. Adams laughed. Second jerk. Gavers shot him in the rear, right beside the other wound. Pretty gross, Gavers agreed, making a face. And how did you guys solve it? I asked, feeling more relaxed and taking a sip of my coffee. Just good police work, Gavers explained. Following the leads, Adams added. I smiled wide. Great job, really great job. Thanks, Gavers chuckled. Tell our bosses that, Adams grumbled. Still, Gavers said, I'd love to know why Dunlop chose to go out there after dark. If he hadn't, we wouldn't have found her. Poor Sergeant Adams would have spent the whole night alone in her car nearby. I shrugged. Maybe he wanted to check if something was wrong. Gavers raised his eyebrows. Or maybe, I said, he got a call that scared him. Something like being told that the cops were on his trail and listening in on his phone calls. Gavers nodded, his expression growing serious. Who do you think did that? It's risky. A lot could have gone wrong. I looked back at him, agreeing with his thoughts, feeling happy that nothing bad happened. I think the longer she was missing, the more likely she was in danger. Whoever took her probably wanted to act quickly before they hurt her. We sat quietly for a moment, all sipping our coffee. I wonder about something, I said. Oh? Gavers replied. Why was she still alive? Why didn't they just kill her right away? Adams answered. Dunlop remembered all of that. They planned to have her leave a message sometime next week, like on Wednesday or Thursday, a message saying she believed it was all a setup, the whole case against the Labruzzis, and that she had run away because she didn't want to be part of it anymore. That sounds a bit strange to me, I said. Gavers shrugged. They were in deep trouble, and they knew it. He had gotten close to Whitney a long time ago to ask her about the case. He never told us exactly how close, but we could guess. That plan didn't work out well. Once the trial began, she was really putting in hard work, from the opening statements to the big moments. They thought their best chance was to get a mistrial. If the jury was set and the mistrial was caused on purpose by the prosecution, the case would be over, and they couldn't try it again. That's bold, I said. We finished our coffee quietly. Well, forget it, Adam said, pushing back from the table. I just wanted you to know your friend's mom is okay. Thanks, I said as I stood up with them. It's been nice, Gavers said at the door, shaking my hand firmly. The pleasure's been all mine, I replied. He smiled and then walked to his car. If you ever want to, talk or something, just call me, okay? Sergeant Adams said, giving me her card and holding onto my handshake a little longer than normal. Thanks, I said. Let's go, Sergeant, Gavers called as he got into the driver's seat. She smiled quickly and then walked to the car. I noticed her walk the whole way. I mean, come on, right? She had her own handcuffs. Chapter 17. The next Monday morning, I was called into Professor Whitman's office. Your, former wife is doing well, I hope. I nodded. She'll be fine. She got out of the hospital yesterday. Good, he said, nodding. Then he looked out the window at the students walking around in the autumn sun. I'll miss this, he said. Miss what? Dean Whitman? I wasn't trying to flatter him. Even the president of Chadwick never called Whitman by his first name. He had been here too long and done too much to be treated that way. He turned back to me with a calm smile. I'm retiring at the end of the semester, Luke. I had expected this, but it still felt heavy in my chest. Are you okay? I asked. He nodded. I think I have about 5 or 6 years left. I want to take that time to organize all my notes and ideas. My big work, so to speak. I stayed quiet, and after a moment, he went on. I'll still be on staff, of course. I'll have emeritus status, which means I can have a research assistant to help me. But I'm stepping down from teaching and from my role as dean of the department. But you can still... No, he said softly. It needs to be someone who teaches, a scholar and a teacher both. And that's you, Luke. If you want the job... I leaned back. It would mean more responsibility, of course, and more pay, too. But I would have one less class to teach to balance out the extra work I would have to take on. I think you need to... Have you ever known something was coming but still felt surprised when it happened? That's how I felt. You'll do just fine, he said, smiling to help me feel better. I left his office smiling, finally feeling relaxed for the first time in months. My life seemed to be getting better. I truly believed I could be happy again. It was late October when Kristen and I connected again. We had spent the past month getting to know each other better, and our friendship quickly changed into love. During Thanksgiving weekend, she and Ben moved in with Kyle, Sun Tzu, and me. Most of December was spent shopping for Christmas gifts. We were walking through the busy mall when a voice stopped us. Professor, Heather Farley called, pushing through the crowd, pulling Randy along with her. Merry Christmas, I said, smiling. Merry Christmas, they both replied at the same time, Heather cheerful and Randy sounding flat. I introduced Kristen, and they exchanged more holiday wishes. So, I said, wanting to finish my shopping, are you two staying here for the holidays? Heather smiled at me, then turned to Randy, leaned in and kissed him. Yes, he lives too far away. We decided to just stay here. Randy's shy smile showed he felt a bit embarrassed about the gifts he would soon get. Oddly, Kristen seemed to smile even more as she noticed his blush. Good, I said, interrupting their moment. Since neither of you is really busy, I could use your help to get some more things. You're joking, Randy said. Not at all, Heather replied. I shrugged. If you change your mind... They managed to leave before I could ask them for more help during their holiday break. She likes you, Kristen said as we watched them walk away. I laughed. It looks more like they're in love with each other, and I never expected that. Kristen nudged me with her elbow. Men can be so clueless sometimes. I turned to her, leaned in, and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. I only see you, babe. She pretended to gag, making a funny face. I just laughed and stole a quick glance at Heather as she walked away. Only me, Kristen said, catching my look. Whitney called 3 days before Christmas. We hadn't talked much since she got out of the hospital. She had seemed nervous every time I saw her, which was usually at the start and end of her visits with Kyle. Each time she looked at me, her face showed how troubled she was, and it seemed worse when Kristen was nearby. "I was thinking," she said softly. "What's on your mind, Whit?" "Maybe he should spend Christmas Day with you. I'll just take him for a while on Christmas Eve and bring him back by 10. "Not happening," I said. "Ben is going to his dad's house, and Kyle is going with you. Kristen and I are going back to sleep to catch up on the rest we'll miss on Christmas Eve." "But he'll get bored spending all day and night with me," she replied. "No way. He'll be bored here, too. He'll have his new gifts to play with. He'll have those at your place, too." She didn't say anything to that. "What's wrong, Whit?" She mumbled something, and I asked her to say it again. "I guess I'm trying to find a way to repay you." "Repay me for what?" "For everything, Luke. For taking care of Kyle, for saving me. I messed things up, and you still helped us." "Saving you?" I asked. "Karen Adams and Aaron Gavers visited me in the hospital before you and Kyle got there. I knew it was you in the mask. I mean, of course I did. When I mentioned this, Karen told me the whole story. And they made it very clear. First, they couldn't have saved me without you. Your idea was what led Dunlop to me. Second, if I told anyone, you would be in big trouble. Not just legal trouble, real danger from the Labruzzis. Kyle, too," I added. "Kyle might get hurt because of this." "I know. So let's stop talking about it, okay? But I have to show you I'm sorry, and grateful, too, for everything." I stayed quiet. "Please? You want to show me you're sorry and that you've learned something? Fine. Don't miss your visits. Don't cancel them. Spend as much time with Kyle as you can. He needs a mother, too. But Kristen is not his mother. You are. You always have been and always will be. When you're not there, he feels left out. So if you want to show me you're sorry and that you care, don't leave me here to fix things because you skipped another visit. From now on, Kyle needs to come first in your life, not your job. Okay?" She paused for a second and then whispered, "Okay." "Good," I said, feeling calmer. "Then have a Merry Christmas and don't be late." I heard her sniffle from tears. "I'll be there. Merry Christmas to you, too. And to Kristen and Ben." We hung up. Christmas morning felt like being back in the Army. Reveille was Ben and Kyle jumping on our bed a little after 4, excited to go open their presents from Santa. 20 minutes later, still half asleep, and with mugs of coffee and hot chocolate ready, the boys ripped open their gifts. Kristen and I had agreed to spend the same amount on each boy, to shop together for everything, and to say all the gifts were from Santa. We didn't want to make anyone jealous, and we wanted both of them to see that we wouldn't pick favorites. But the subtle hints got lost in the crowd of opened gifts. One thing was clear. Not all the presents from Kristen and me had been shared yet. "Dad," Kyle said, putting his hands on his hips and raising his eyebrows. "When are you going to give Kristen her present?" "After you go home," I replied. Kristen raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Then a smile appeared on her face. "Funny," she said. "I have a present for you too, but you can only open it when they leave." "Really?" I asked, surprised. Her look showed she was serious, and I would definitely like it. Whitney and Tyler arrived at the same time to pick up Kyle and Ben. "So you're Whitney?" Tyler said, shaking her hand after wishing her a Merry Christmas. "You're the prosecutor who scared us a while ago?" She looked down at the floor and nodded. "Well, I'm glad you're okay," he said. Then he paused and looked at her strangely. "Weird coincidence. My first book was about something like that, about an ex-wife who goes missing. In that story, the husband goes and saves her." Whitney quickly looked up and met his eyes. Her expression softened, and she said, "I guess Luke didn't have enough time to join in." He chuckled. "Guess not. But I'm really happy you're safe." Whitney turned to me with a gentle look. The worry that used to be there was replaced with a warmth she hadn't shown me in a long time. I felt a sharp pang thinking about our past, but then Kristen touched my arm, and the regret faded, replaced with a sense of peace about where I was in life. "So who goes first?" I asked Kristen when the boys had left. "I will," she answered. "Give me 5 minutes, then come into the bedroom." The look in her eyes promised that she meant exactly 5 minutes, not 1 second more or less. I watched the seconds on my watch and opened the door right at 5 minutes. The sight before me took my breath away, and I felt a rush of excitement. Kristen was lying in the middle of the bed, wearing only a big red ribbon with a bow on her. She was stretched out with her hands tied to the headboard. "It's not much," she said, looking at me with desire and wiggling her hips. I was momentarily speechless. "It's on the dresser," she said, nodding toward a wrapped box sitting on the dresser. "Can I open this one first?" I asked as I walked toward the bed. "No," she replied. I stopped, turned, and walked to the dresser to grab the box. I brought it back and sat next to her on the bed. "I won't lie to you," Kristen said. "Since my second divorce, I haven't been completely alone. I've come close, though. I needed help to get through many lonely nights." I ripped the wrapping paper off and opened the box, looking inside with excitement. She smiled at me. "When we moved in a month ago, I hid this from you. It was up in the attic. I guess I was feeling shy or something. But this past month, well, the last 4 months, have been the happiest I've felt in a long time. I decided I didn't want to keep anything from you." A smile spread across my face. "So I didn't exactly buy you a gift," she said. "Not with money, anyway. Instead, I thought I'd give you my trust. You can know all my secrets. I want you to know that I'm not hiding anything from you, and I never will." I looked into the box, then back at her. While our moments together had been nice, they had also been pretty usual. Now, my mind raced with the new possibilities this gift could bring. I reached into the box and pulled out a toy, holding it up to show her. "And what do you want me to do with this?" I playfully touched the toy at the edge of the box, and she moved in response. "Anything," she breathed, her eyes closing. "Anything you want. I want you to take charge. Do what you've always dreamed of." "Really?" I said, setting the first toy aside and taking out a slim one with a round base and a bottle of lotion. "And what is this for?" She opened her eyes, saw what I held, and started to blush. "Is this what I think it is?" She nodded, looking shy. I leaned in and kissed her, and she kissed me back. I activated the toy and gently touched it to her chest as we kissed, and she began to move with the sensations. I lowered my lips and kissed her chest, feeling her excitement grow. I woke up to Kristen kissing me, her hands free from the handcuffs somehow. "So where's my present?" she asked. I opened my eyes and saw her in pajamas and a robe. "Let me clean up first," I said, sitting up and swinging my legs over the side of the bed. "I already took care of that for you," she replied. "Just put on your pajamas." I quickly put on my flannel pants and went to the top shelf of my closet. I took a small box, turned, and held it up for Kristen. When she saw it, her eyes filled with tears and a sad smile appeared on her face. "Please tell me it's not." I took a moment, then handed it to her. With trembling fingers, she began to open the box. After unpacking it, she looked at the ring inside. "I want to get married," I said, keeping my eyes on her the whole time. "You're my best friend. You've always been there for me in my hardest moments, and now I want you to share the happy times with me." She looked at me, then back at the ring. "But my past," she said. "I don't care. It's behind us." Tears started to flow. "I don't want to hurt you, Luke. I feel like I'm not good enough." I gently held her chin and turned her face toward me. "You made some choices," I said. "Yes, they were serious choices, and they were mostly on you. But that was in the past. You're not that person anymore." "But what if I still am?" I shook my head. "People grow from their choices," I said. "I truly believe that. You've grown. You won't make those choices again. But how can you be sure?" "I just know." She looked at the ring, then at me, then back at the ring. I waited, feeling nervous, my heart racing. At first she nodded a little, then more strongly, with tears and laughter mixing together. "I never want to lose you." I hugged her close. "And I never want to lose you."
What's up, story lovers? This is the Story Guy, and if you're hungry for crazy tales and mind-blowing narratives, you've come to the right place. Don't forget to smash that subscribe button so you don't miss out on our weekly dose of crazy cheating stories, fun fiction and gut-ripping comedy from around the world. But that's not all. We also create our own original stories, and trust me, you won't find these anywhere else. Want even more spine-tingling reads? Head down to the description and grab our exclusive story collections. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next video.